To order. We've got a pretty stacked agenda today, so we're going to move efficiently, and I'm happy to have a full house of commissioners today. I know we were missing one or two last time, and I think we have another commissioner that's going through the approval process of council right now, so hopefully we'll have a full house next time. Is that correct, Logan?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Excellent. So we'll be back in full strength. But for now, I'd like to dive into what is always our first item of business, and that is to review our August meeting minutes and decision letters. It's customary for us to do that in a public forum. These items were sent to the commissioners prior to this meeting, and we typically do review them before the meeting. But I want to give a moment for our group to do that here now, and would entertain a motion combining the two for approval or disapproval or amendments.
And I actually want to make a motion. I was looking at one of the decision letters, so I think it would be helpful to separate that one decision letter maybe from the rest of the packet of the minutes. The decision letter I was looking at involved the Nashville Gun Club. We have just two decision letters for that one. The issue that came before us was a little bit different than what we normally see. And the way the decision letter was written, it talks about MWS's staff interpretation. And so I would move to approve this letter with one minor change. And the change would be, in the body of the letter, it says, MWS's staff interpretation that the applicant's request does not meet the exceptions of 15.64.170 of the Metropolitan Code of Ordinances. So I would approve it with that one minor change, just to make clear for the record what we were actually, what was before us. And is there a second?
Yep. Okay. So Logan, you got that?
Yeah.
So we have a motion with an amendment to the minutes on the gun club case. Is there a second? Okay. Seconded by Mr. Lewis. Any other discussion?
Abstention.
One abstention from Mr. Fulmer. Okay.
I have to also abstain from voting because I missed.
That's right.
I watched the video.
Okay. An abstention from Mr. Camp. Any other discussion? Okay. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? None. Motion carries. All right. That is our first item on the agenda. Moving on.
I would move to approve the minutes and the remaining decision letters as submitted to the commission.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
You did separate it. Yep. Okay. So now we have a motion for the remainder. It's properly seconded. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? None. Great. Motion carries. We've had two abstentions, of course, that carry over from the previous. Okay. All right. Thank you, Commissioner Simpson. Moving on into our cases. Logan, did you have something? Sorry.
No.
Okay. We did not rearrange the agenda, which is fine. So the first item on our agenda today is case number 2024-0024. That's the Estus Road case. If the applicant could come to the podium while Logan introduces the case.
Logan, my engineer is not here yet, so I don't know if you want to put someone else ahead of me. I'm fine with that.
Yep.
I can probably speak to it if you want to move ahead.
Happy to rearrange. So we'll.
I'll just wait and see if he gets there.
That's okay.
Just in case you have any questions for him.
Okay, great. Thank you. All right, so we will be rearranging the agenda. So in that case, case number 2 is the Nashville Gun Club. If the applicant could come to the front here, and while that's being done, I'll ask Logan to introduce the case.
Opening statement to the applicant. If you are not satisfied with the decision made by the Stormwater Management Commission, you may appeal the decision by filing for a writ of certiorari with the Davidson County Chancery or Circuit Court. Your appeal must be filed within 60 days of the date of the Commission's decision. You are advised to seek the independent advice of legal counsel to ensure that your appeal is filed in a timely manner and that all procedural requirements have been satisfied. Case number 1 on the agenda, 2024-00026 Nashville Gun Club preliminary at 1100 County Hospital Road. APN is 069-000-6800. Inspector is NPDES. Council District 1, Joy Kimbrough. Applicant's request: disturbance of the floodway to construct a building, continuous mowing and maintenance of portions of the floodway, waiver of buffer signage is necessary, allowance of stormwater control measures within the floodway. Appellant is Nashville Gun Club, represented by Andrew Walters, Catalyst Design Group. Comments: Stormwater staff. Staff has consistently recommended to applicants and to the commission that encroachments to the Zone 1 buffer for structures and/or parking areas are highly unadvisable. The applicant's request for this variance proposes a structure located not within the Zone 1 buffer, but entirely within the Cumberland River floodway. Staff does not support this variance request. If the commission is compelled to approve the request, then staff would request that additional mitigation be provided. Per Stormwater Management Manual, Volume 1, Chapter 5, and 44 CFR 60.3, this proposal will require a no-rise analysis prior to submittal of the final variance. Per 1564-170 of the Metropolitan Code of Ordinances, this proposal will require no adverse impact analysis prior to submittal of final variance. Codes, no comment provided. Planning had no comment provided. Greenways is not requesting a greenway or greenway easement.
Thank you, Logan. I'll add that this case came before the commission last month with a couple components related to what we're hearing today. So this is a continuation of that discussion, but a different topic that we are voting on in this body today. So with that, I'll explain that the applicant has 10 minutes to present their case, and then we will close that portion. We will open it up to public comment. Anyone that's here to speak in favor of or against will have 2 minutes to come to the podium to speak. We will then close public hearing and then open it up to the commissioners for discussion and may have some back and forth to the applicant during that process. So with that, I'll give you a 1 minute warning when the 10 minutes is up, and we'll get this thing going. So please introduce yourselves as well.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Logan, staff, and appreciate their help to date. So my name is Andrew Walters. I'm with Catalyst Design Group. We're the applicant, civil engineer for the project. I'm joined with today by Lillard Teasley, who's acting in terms of as the owner's rep on this project. And so I'll try to be brief and just briefly cover. Mr. Chairman was right. Last month we came in and had a appeal request for the structure to be located in the floodway. And that was in compliance with section 1564-170B, and that I believe the commission voted in favor of that in the terms that, in terms of the compliance with the exceptions that are listed for a structure to be of this kind to be in the floodway. And again, I won't belabor that, but so we're here today to request the variance from the floodway buffer. And as Logan mentioned, given the determination for the floodway limits that extend well beyond the limits of the project area, there's really no ability to provide any floodway buffer from the limits. That said, the design team is committed to providing a solution which provides a net benefit to the system in terms of impervious area reduction and stormwater treatment. And in recognizing that land-based LID treatment practices cannot occur in the floodplain, we've taken an approach to really pursue items such as urban bioretention, which sit at the ground level or higher and provide treatment well above the established floodplain elevation. And in addition to that, we've looked at a way to provide a net reduction in impervious surface, and we can commit to converting half an acre of the existing impervious asphalt pavement into grass pave or another pervious paver system. Both of those areas, again, will all be located entirely above the 411 elevation. So yeah, I don't know, Michael, if you can share the exhibit that we shared. I meant to present hard copies to you guys, but I walked off without them. And so we prepared a supplemental exhibit which details that. I think it'll be a little more clear. Can you keep going, Michael, to the... There we go. It's that one. Go back one. There you go. So, again, the area that's kind of hatched in green is that half an acre I mentioned of existing pavement that we're proposing get converted to grass pave or a similar pervious product. And then you see the green boxes around the roof structure. We've got approximately a 12,700 square foot roof area that can be treated by multiple urban bioretention boxes, and those all sit above grade. So in total, approximately 0.8 acres of the total 0.9 acre project site will be converted from impervious area, which directly drains into the Cumberland, into pervious area or urban biotreated area. Constructing the urban bio for all the roof areas and converting the pavement to pervious materials will have an additional benefit of achieving the 0.4 RV, which is a 60% removal for LID standards, which means the site should fully comply with the typical Volume 5 LID regulations for stormwater treatment. I would just note that if the Stormwater Management Commission is inclined to approve the buffer variance on this grounds, we would also like to note that these treatment practices are allowed to be installed and satisfy the typical LID, obviously with supporting calcs at the staff level, without the need for an additional LID waiver or variance to install these practices in the floodway limits. I guess point being, we would like the board, if they're approving of this, to also note that if we use these practices and we achieve the 0.4 RV, that we don't need another supplemental approval of any kind to come back before you guys or to go for a waiver of any kind. I would also note that the initial plan that we had presented had contemplated doing some stream bank vegetation along the riverbank, but given that our latest plan for mitigation to remove or treat 0.9 acres of existing pavement and our goal to not be in the floodplain with any disturbance, we would request that the riverbank be left in its current stabilized condition with no additional vegetation. Now, obviously, you guys could discuss that further, but that would be our intent for this application at this point. Lastly, regarding the no-rise analysis, with respect to stormwater staff's request to provide a no-rise analysis which documents there will be no adverse impact to the system, we would simply submit the evidence that the structure will be erected 4.5 feet above the 100-year floodplain, and that the project disturbance will be limited to portions of the site which sit above this floodplain elevation. As evidence of the no-rise condition, the design team would typically submit calculations which document the net earthwork activity inside the 100-year floodplain limits. And in this case, that amount is 0. Therefore, we would submit the project already complies with that requirement to document a no-rise condition. I would note that the existing structure that's already there is located 5.4 feet above the 100-year or the 411 elevation. 4.4 feet. I missed a whole foot there, but it's over 4 feet above that 411 now, and that structure sustained no damage during the 2010 flood event. It completely encircled the site with water, but it was not damaged. The gun club is committed to constructing a facility which is safe to occupy, and we'd be happy to submit a plan for evacuation, and I can talk more about sort of what they did in 2010 if that's a discussion that you guys like to have. But certainly the facility would be closed to the public in the event of any flooding. So with that, the remainder of the time, I'd happy to reserve to answer questions or discussion.
Okay, great, thank you. With that, I'll close applicant's presentation and open it up to public comment. Is there anybody here to speak in favor of or against? Okay. Seeing none in the audience. Logan, did we receive any letters or?
No, we did not receive anything on this case.
Okay. All right. With that, I'll close public hearing and open it up for the commission for discussion.
So I've got a clarification question. You're putting urban bio to treat the roof, and then you're converting the parking lot to some sort of a pervious system. Does the rooftop itself satisfy LID and then it's additional mitigation to do the parking lot, or did you somewhat expand the area to get the numbers to come out where you're satisfying, like grow a project area where you're satisfying the regulations?
I think it's a little of both. So that the roof area, if that was all that we would have to do to construct the project, it would likely satisfy it. The problem is when you get into this situation, you're gonna end up having some amount of bypass or impervious area when you get walkways and decks and things like that. So when you take the bypass that you have to have, there would likely be a need to do additional beyond the urban bio, if you're just talking about achieving the 0.4.
I think, I don't have any problems putting the grass pave in the parking lot. I think that that's a pretty good system. Sometimes I hesitate to do pavers in a floodplain just because they
Right.
could rupture, but that's y'all's call. But I just want everybody else to hear that I think that there's a lot of value converting that sort of asphalt gravel parking lot to a system that can, provide some sort of treatment for runoff that goes across it.
I would like to hear from MWS staff. They had a comment where I think they were urging the commission not to approve, and so I would like to hear from the staff as to those reasons, if there's anything additional outside of what they have submitted prior to the variance.
Agreed. Mike or Mr. Lindsley.
Yeah, go ahead. Roger, do you want to go, or maybe I can go since I've been involved?
Why don't you start off, Michael?
I think, generally speaking, over time, staff has been in opposition to any major incursion into the buffer. It's more of a generalized statement, so as to be standardized, and then leave it up to you to determine. That's why they come before you, but it's a generalized statement that we normally do make. I would note, if you do contemplate and approve the variance per what Mr. Walters said, without the landscaping of the stream bank, we would need a revised plan of record, because the plan of record that was before you includes that. So any changes to the plan of record would require a resubmittal of the plan of record in accordance with what is approved.
This is still a preliminary, isn't it?
I believe, yes, this is.
Correct, we're here for preliminary.
And we did, in our last meeting, have this discussion over structures that are exempt from being within the floodplain, or excuse me, the floodplain or the floodway and buffer. We did cast a vote on that measure and deemed that it was, in fact, acceptable for, due to its use, it would be permitted to be within this location. So, yeah.
What we were voting on as to whether they met the exception so they can even make a variance request to come before this commission. If we found that they weren't within the exceptions, then it stopped there.
Right.
We did not have the right as a commission to hear the variance request.
So what we have today is the condition of that exception of whether or not it does not create an adverse effect. And that's.
Well, we would be looking at our full analysis under the rules. And so since this is in a floodway, there's some additional requirements that we have under our regulations. On top of that, we have subpart 4, which goes through our conditions that discusses exceptional hardship. And then we have our factor analysis as well.
Right, so just because they were considered the purpose of the building meets the athletic field or athletic facility exemption doesn't mean that we have to support building in the floodway as part of the variance request.
As long as they show that there's no adverse impact, right? So that's the main piece of the caveat within that section, I believe.
Well, there's a couple of different things that we have to look at. So one of the questions that I have for MWS staff is, it sounds like you all had asked for a no-rise analysis, and that has not been provided. Can you give any sort of additional background as to that request?
Right. And I think one of the complexities of this is there's a lot of reference to floodway buffers and variances to buffers, but this isn't in a buffer. This is smack in the middle of the floodway, and it is 1564.170 that addresses exemptions to floodways. And so Mr. Walters made a compelling argument last month about this being, an attendant facility to an athletic facility. So, and again, we described last month And Mr. Jameson also provided some insight to the council's original intent when they passed this section in an ordinance, and that I shared with the fact that we'd had conversations with council members, because when this exception was first presented, it was to provide a concrete block restroom at a soccer field on Antioch Pike. And this is a $5 billion entertainment venue, if you will.
Yeah,
in the floodway.
And I don't want to, because we have a lot on the agenda today,
Right.
and I feel like we've already discussed whether the commission
Right.
believes, but my understanding, I assume that you all were asking for the no-rise analysis because under our variance considerations, if they are building within a floodway, they have to show the variance shall not be issued within any designated floodway if any increase in flood levels during the base flood discharge would result. Is that the reason that we were asking for the no-rise analysis for that determination?
Because it's a provision in the
Yeah.
regulations. It says you can build stuff in the floodway as long as you provide a no-rise analysis or a no adverse impact statement.
Sorry.
No, go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say, we actually had this conversation based on staff's recommendation with a gentleman named Patrick Dobbs, who's with Stantec. And Patrick, you may have seen him come before the commission, but he does a lot of these FEMA analysis. And I posed a question to him, and I said, am I missing something here in terms of if the floodplain stops at 411, and the map floodway, we acknowledge, goes through the site, but if the functional, assessment of the site, if the flood stops at 411, how do we demonstrate a no rise? Like, is there some sort of calculation or model effort? And he's like, you're 4.5 feet above it. You're out of it. So, I mean, his analysis was essentially the same as ours in that the way that we would normally do this is if we had floodplain encroachment, we would show a cut fill balance and that would allow us to show there's a no rise. In this case, we don't even have that because we're not disturbing the floodplain. So, I mean, it is a unique situation. What we're dealing with is a line on the paper that extends far into our site in terms of the floodway limit. And we talked about that last week, and I won't belabor that because the commission agreed with staff, and that's fine. But that is a line on paper. In the functional terms, the line that really matters from a practical application would be the 411. That's the line that matters when staff asks for a no rise typically. That's what we're saying here before you, is that functionally we're above that and we're not disturbing in that 411. So that would be our position. If we go back and ask for a no rise, I think someone like Patrick would give us a letter that would be a one-page analysis that would essentially say the same thing based on his conversation with me this week. So.
And I think that's an important piece for the commissioners who weren't here last time, to not to go further back into what we talked about last time, but what the elevation is of the 100-year or the base flood, and then what the elevation is of the berm, and then the building.
Right. And just for the record, both of us watched the video. So
Okay, good. So both commissioners watched the full case. Thank you, as those are good commissioners.
And can I ask one quick question I know that you all are leasing this property from Metro. Is there
From the state.
From the state, I apologize. Is there anything in the property that is outside the floodway or the buffer zones?
There's a portion of the properties that gets closer to Briley that is actually outside the floodway. If you turn that map on, the floodway sort of stops graphically, approximately maybe 2/3 from the riverbank to the Briley. The flood plain extends all the way to the banks of Briley and actually goes under Briley, under the other side of Briley in certain areas. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, and we're looking at the floodway, so there
Yeah.
is actual property that is outside the floodway that would be a buildable space.
I don't think there is.
Yeah, in the way the club is set up, that's not an area that's accessible now. It's really right up against the side of Briley. Yeah, and that's actually part of it. Well, that's also part of the area that's in the range of the shot as terms of the skeet shooting.
You're just using it for a different use. Like I understand that you're using it for skeet shooting right now, but if you were not to use that for skeet shooting, it would be a usable space, correct?
Yeah, it would be space that's outside of the floodway,
Of the floodway
but not functionally as usable given the current site configuration, I would say.
Right, so my fellow commissioners alluding to what I was wondering. Often we request that an alternative analysis be presented that would help prove the hardship of there's no other location on the site for the facility to go. And it sounds like reconfiguration of the site might actually allow for that to, I am personally not in favor, I'm a certified floodplain manager, Roger and others on staff know, I am really strongly opposed to building in the floodway, let alone the floodplain. And personally, I would like to see, not to go back to the prior conversation, but if you wanted to go through the LOMA process and prove that you are not in the floodway, then that might be a consideration to advocate more for building where you want to put where the proposed building would be. But there are reasons we have these rules about building in the floodplain and the floodway, specifically the floodway. And I understand the elevation is above the 100-year, but I mean, there's going to be disturbance there during construction, those things. Is the building on stilts? Like, what is your foundation? How are you affecting, if you're 4 foot above the floodway, or the base flood elevation, sorry. If you're 4-point-something feet above that, what is your foundation? Is that actually encroaching into that zone?
Yeah, I mean, we would certainly look at handling all manner of technical aspects of that. If we came back for a final, we would expect those type of questions to come in and be part of the consideration. I would point out, and if Michael would be kind enough to turn on, you could turn on the 100-year or the flood that happened in 2010. You can actually see a small perimeter around the existing structure that remained dry and was not affected. And so, if you stop and think about it, obviously that was a larger event than the 100-year. The structure itself that's there, which we're actually talking about being just a little bit higher out of the ground than that existing structure, that was not impacted by the floodway. The fact that the line on paper, floodway, goes into the site did not have any functional impact to the building that's there now when a major catastrophic flood did occur. And so I would again I understand exactly your sentiments and I share them. I understand why the regulations are in place. I would just make the case that this is a very unique situation where you actually have a floodway on paper that is not applicable. It just is not applicable. So we discussed at length last time, the reasoning behind sort of going to FEMA and doing this. You just don't typically see major modifications like this happen to the Cumberland. And so even to do it on a short segment like this is just very atypical. The study would take a long time, be very costly, and we're not entirely sure that FEMA would fully grasp kind of what we're even asking. So I think this board, this body, this is why this group exists in a lot of ways, is to adjudicate these matters that are sort of in the gray area of so I share your sympathies and I am also sympathetic to it, but I think practically we're talking about a structure that is above that elevation.
But you said the floodway is not applicable, and we are bound to uphold that regardless of what you think is or isn't applicable. You want to, how much is the price tag of this? $5 million?
I don't know if we have a cost estimate on this yet.
So, but you're saying that trying to go through the due process to get on LOMA to prove that you're not in the floodway is too timely and costly.
I'm not making that case. I'm saying that I think it's an irrelevant question to be asking given the provisions that are in the code now and the allowances that we're proposing, right? I mean, the code makes it very clear the type of structures that can be there. That's why the appeal was granted. We're coming before you saying functionally this is not something that can achieve a buffer of any kind with the interpretation. Now, we don't share that interpretation of the floodway, but that we've already lost that. We're not coming back in front of you for that. We're simply saying what mitigation efforts would be appropriate to allow for the buffer encroachment, and those are certainly on the table, and we're happy to discuss those
But this is not a buffer encroachment. This is a floodway encroachment, and that's the challenge here.
Well, and again, I would go back to, we had the same question for staff, and it's what the chairman just raised. You know, in a lot of ways, you could look at this through the lens of, we already have been granted the ability, in some ways by the appeal, to construct a structure in the floodway. Now, again.
That's not true.
Well, again,
No.
that's fine. We had the same question. We were asking that question of staff because we were looking at it through that lens and saying, if the appeal is granted, saying the structure complies with the exemptions, that it's allowed.
That means it can come before us, and then
Sure.
we do our analysis. I will just tell you, I am
Yeah.
not in favor of building a commercial building in a floodway. I don't believe there is an exceptional hardship here. This is a preliminary hearing, so I don't know how the commission, if we take a vote on it or not, but I want to be very clear on my stance. Notwithstanding, what we were hearing last month was whether you even get to come before this board so we get to have our normal variance analysis.
Sure.
But I agree with Metro staff and their recommendation on this one. Building a commercial building of this size in a floodway is not something that I will ever be inclined to approve, even with certain mitigation that is submitted, so.
And I
Step.
share those concerns.
There's still a provision in that section 170 that says that you have to demonstrate no adverse impact. In spite of Mr. Walters' friend, who says that he doesn't think it's impacted, he's talking about finished floor elevations being 5 feet above the floodplain, and so therefore it's not in the floodplain or the floodway. Well, that's ludicrous, because it has a foundation that sits on the ground. And so it is in the floodway of the river, and it needs to demonstrate the no adverse impact provision of that section. So
And
that's
I completely agree with that. Actually, that was the point I was going to make, is that's exactly what we would be submitting here today, is that we actually don't have any impact to the floodway or the floodplain. And to me, that actually is the only, that's the criteria by which we should be measured, not size of the building, not cost of the building. It's whether this structure can be built in a way that provides no adverse impact. So if the commission comes back and says, we need you to demonstrate ABC to show us that there's no adverse impact, that's a perfectly reasonable ask, and we're happy to go back and do that. I'm here before you going, I'm not sure what that is. I'm telling you that it's built 4 feet plus above that elevation, and that functionally the flood waters don't go to that elevation. So I don't know what else to demonstrate to staff or to the group.
If I can have
That
one
makes sense,
one
so-
piece of that, unless you had something, Ms. Camp.
So, given what Mr. Lindsay said, I think what we would need to see is that foundation is a flow-through foundation where floodwaters can actually pass through, as is done in coastal areas and other. I'm not in favor of building in the floodway, but the no adverse impact is that foundation, if it's a solid foundation under the building, is taking up space that, should flooding occur, that those waters can't go, and that space transfers the risk and elevation of the volume of that water elsewhere. And that, I think, is why I was kind of asking about, is the building on stilts, because finished floor elevation is not the volume of water that may be displaced in the actual floodway due to construction.
And then ultimately, I'm charged with complying with our regulations and our ordinances and providing that documentation to FEMA during our every 5-year community assistance visit when they come in and they want to look. They want to look at all the records on every structure built in the floodplain. They do tours, they drive out, they look, and our regulation requires a demonstration of no adverse impact, and so they're going to ask me for that. And in the absence of that, then this becomes a non-compliant structure. It was constructed without following the regulations. And then so then we have to jump on the gun club and say, you've got a non-compliant structure. Can you demonstrate that it meets the requirements and regulations? So that's one of the things.
One of the things that we also have to consider for a variance, and it's in 4 Part B, subsection 3, is this can't conflict with existing local laws or ordinances as well. So and maybe I'm misunderstanding what you're saying, but even if we were to approve this variance, do you think that it would still be in violation of other local laws and ordinances that we have that MWS is having?
No, I think if they demonstrate no rise, no adverse impact, that,
Then in that case, okay. I'm just trying to make sure I understood.
Yeah, I feel like the athletic facility can be built in the buffer zone. Not totally clear on where we would stand in the floodway, but we would absolutely need documentation and numbers and the analysis of there's no rise and no adverse impact to make a decision.
So, Michael, do you mind going to the cross-section? Because I have a question. I want to make sure I follow, I think the cross-section and maybe a sheet back. There you go. Oh. So for Ms. Camp, the answer, I guess the question I have is you can see there the fill that would take to elevate the foundation, right? If that's on a wall system, the entirety of that structure, the fill, the foundation, or the stem wall itself would all be above the 411 in terms of its floodway or floodplain elevation. So are you asking for flow through, are you wanting that material to allow transmission, or, because again, that's above the 100 years, so I'm trying to understand, or are you concerned about the foundations that go down, potentially deep foundations that maybe go down below subterranean, below the 411?
So I can't do your engineering.
No,
design
I'm just asking what you're looking for.
I'm asking you to do the analysis and the design to show us that there would be no adverse impact and no displacement of floodwaters due to the building and the construction.
so then, and this kind of ignores the fact that, we talked a lot last month about the fact that the base flood elevation is going to rise in this area by over 2 feet. So we keep talking about the 411 number, but by the end of this year, we'll have the first of the maps from Corps of Engineers that establishes this rise. So that, that puts you closer to the ground surface, and so anyway, that,
I think
some of the complicating factors associated with this.
I think one thing that I just want to remind what we discussed last time is that brought us to allow this case to be heard is that we acknowledge that the structure is in the floodway, and that we acknowledge that it could meet the intent of the exceptions for the facility type, but all of that was predicated on it's in the floodway. And so for it to be here today means it sits in the floodway, and we've acknowledged that it sits in the floodway, and that there has to be certain processes followed to allow it to continue, or allow it to be seen and come before this body.
And that's where we are right now.
Yeah.
So that there are conditions that have to be met in order for that to occur. And so I think
Yeah.
that building on Commissioner Simpson and Commissioner Camp's points earlier, the site has significant opportunity. The site has significant opportunity to go above and beyond what we are talking about now related to adverse impact. And I think it has a two-part ability. The first part is satisfying any adverse impact due to the nature of the building as it currently sits within the floodplain and the floodway as it's mapped. And the second part is what Mr. Lindsay has alluded to, is the upcoming changes to those maps that will rise that elevation. And so because we have significant acreage on this site and a floodplain basin that could be expanded or deepened to provide additional capacity, would the applicant, or would our commission and would the applicant be open to discussing ways that we can go above and beyond to not just satisfy the potential adverse impact if this structure was at the 100-year elevation, even though that it's not? And can we go a little bit further to that and say, if when the new maps are adopted and it rises, Roger, what was it, 2 or 3 feet? Yeah, so taking that into account as well, can we increase the capacity of the floodplain to handle both conditions that have a presumed adverse impact that we're talking about today? Yeah. Can we deepen the floodplain to add additional capacity?
And I'll say this also, there's a great opportunity for Metro Water Services to benefit, potentially. I think that the Bordeaux landfill, just down the way, is due to be capped. It's nearing its 30-year term. And after its 30-year term, that must be sealed with fill material. There's a big piece in the press lately about the Titans dirt, going to the Bordeaux landfill, and that was, I think, handled in a different way. But I believe this site was originally the location for which the fill dirt was excavated to cap the landfill. Maybe the applicant can verify that. But can we do something like that now and again to not only satisfy the current requirements that are before us, but add additional benefit to the floodplain and storage?
So when the facility was built originally, the facility donated 470,000 cubic yards to Metro out of this site. That's documented. I don't think that you can, at this point, excavate a meaningful quantity from the facility and the facility still be used as it is today. As we sit here and discuss the no-rise, in virtually every case as engineers, we all look at that analysis, and I think Kabir said it best last time. If this were an island in the middle of a river, it is in the floodway. You can't build on top of the island. That's what we're talking about here. This is an island. It doesn't flood. Any commonsensical approach says there's no rise unless the floodplain changes. And I understand that there is a prediction that the base flood elevation is going to rise. We're not using that for any of the other facilities that we're.
Yeah, we are. We are. Yeah. All of the East Bank downtown is considering a 2+ foot rise in the base flood elevation. Every $10 billion worth of improvements in the East Bank.
Yeah, and I would add to that too. Go ahead. Sorry.
I'm just going to say, I don't want us to get bogged down with thoughts about how where we're going to get landfill cap material and things like that. So.
Well, my only point, I want to make sure I correct one thing, Mr. Teasley, that my statement before is this condition of where we have a floodplain mapped where the elevation is higher than the 100-year. And so that was based around the conversation of, well, how can we have a floodway that is higher than the 100-year? And that was where I was giving an example of if we had a mountain in the middle of this floodway, would we be able to build on top of that? And that was in that context. So the second piece is I think this project has a public benefit, a recreational aspect to it that we have carried in maybe different ways from a private commercial development. And I see an opportunity to not just have that component, but a way to, again, better the watershed. And so I would urge Mr. Teasley and maybe Mr. Wolders to maybe consider that opportunity that we have here because of what this site presents to us.
Yeah, and I think it's well said, and I'm not opposed to that. I think I would just go back and maybe try to bring this back in focus of we are here today to demonstrate that we have a no rise. That's the charge before us, or excuse me, a no adverse impact. Excuse me. We have a no adverse impact, right? That was the condition of the appeal. That's how the ordinance and the policies are worded, and so we are open to suggestions. And I mean my question sincerely to Commissioner Camp. I'm curious about what we could do or could show on the building foundation, and if that's a porous foundational structure that allows pass-through flow. I mean, I don't see a reason why functionally we couldn't look at that. I'm questioning why that's even a benefit if it's sitting above the 411, and that's the part where I'm trying to fully understand if the question was related to the foundations that go down or if it was in the area that's above.
I've simplified this in my mind somewhat, but you can look at it at 411, you can look at it at 413. You can look at it. What I'm worried about is the structure being carried away.
Right.
I know Mr. Teasley's an incredible structural engineer, so I'm confident that y'all will have a solution. I disagree with them about not being able to compensate somewhere. We got 200 acres. You know, we're filling
254.
a small volume. We can find a place.
Sure.
You know, whether you flow through or whether you provide, I think you could provide 4X, 5X volume in the floodplain and then not have a flow-through structure and really focus on securing that structure.
Right.
I think that this, you know, we are really encouraging or requiring people to present alternative site plans. I think you probably didn't do it because the alternative site plan would put it in a big bowl and require a ton of fill. And so there really is no alternative other than putting it on a berm to minimize, but still we need everybody to show something. The public benefit to this, in my mind, is big because I've seen the tents out there for big events. This is a dying sport if you don't have a facility. And this is a sport that a lot of people, you know, a lot of children love and really need education around gun safety. And, you know, it's important to embrace the safety aspects more so than trying to shut down the sport. I think there's a really amazing public benefit to this. So I don't think that the size of the building has any impact. I'm confident you can come up with no adverse impact perspectives even using the future floodplain elevation.
Right, and if that was the condition, if the condition was to utilize the proposed or soon-to-be adopted elevation for the floodplain, my question would still sort of stand in sense of what would be sort of an effort that you're looking at? Is it to target that elevation and then anything that's above that, or excuse me, below that could experience floodwaters?
I think that we look at, you know, we always like to see ratios because they're the easiest things to digest. If you're occupying this volume underneath that future floodplain elevation, how do we cut it somewhere else to a big factor? You know, I was going to comment on the stream bank stabilization mitigation before you removed it. I think it's a great idea, but we had the Parks Department come a couple meetings ago, and in a similar scale or stretch is a multi-million-dollar stabilization, and theirs is all riprap armor, and so it was going to be difficult to execute planting and seeding on that stream bank. So I would focus more on if the tables were turned, I'd probably focus more on increasing volume storage mitigation more so than stream bank stabilization.
Yeah, and so volume mitigation in parts of the site, and I think we'd have to be mindful of sort of where that is given the floodplain regulations, right? And we can't cut below the 2-year event. We have to have it meaningful. So I guess we'd have to just understand the target, and I think you may have just said it would be in that delta between existing grade and the proposed future floodplain. Anything that we're filling in that zone, I guess that amount of volume, that would be the compensatory cut.
And I would think that, I'm not sure if we've got the ability to provide relief on cutting below that 2-year volume, but if the water has positive drainage to get out and you're not creating a lake, then I would be inclined that still has value, and in a small storm event that probably has more value. Just giving water somewhere to go.
Yeah. And candidly, and we just haven't done an analysis of what the rest of the site topographically looks like, but obviously there's an area that we just looked at above the floodway line that's up against Briley. I just don't know the exact elevation of that and whether that can produce the fill. But if it's a 1-to-1 ratio, if that's what we're targeting for the building that's above that new line, that's a fairly nominal amount. That's not a major amount, I would think. I think we could probably find that somewhere on the site.
Given the acreage, I think it'd be easy to find a little more than 1-to-1. I'm sure
I think you have opportunity to do a little more than that.
Okay.
On the site.
Yeah,
And I would
that's fine.
propose that back. Yeah.
So my recommendation would be that before you come before us again for a full variance request, that you get creative and, you know, present numbers, show us how you're addressing these issues, really kind of pay attention to what we're required to adhere to, the hardship, how are you going to demonstrate hardship, having an alternative site analysis and would be critical for, I think, us to even consider, what's allowable or not, and does this qualify as hardship? We are bound to the hardship case, and that is tied to the geographic landscape and topography of the area. I think, looking at whether or not you could place the structure somewhere else might be worth considering. I know it's more design time and those things and reworking the site, but you have an opportunity here to really, as Commissioner Kabir said, to really kind of think outside the box, come up with an amazing plan so that this facility can serve a unique purpose in the community. We're not here to, cut down everything you bring to us. It's
No, I
really,
understand.
we want
Yeah.
the optimal solution that doesn't really have a negative impact.
Yeah, and I think we're on the same page there. Like I said, I appreciate Roger's clarity to that, because I think that's what we're trying to show, that we don't have we have a no adverse impact. I think we're sort of wrestling, maybe like you guys are, and how do we demonstrate that in a unique site where you're actually above the floodplain and functional floodway line, but the map floodplain line
I
is.
do want to be clear, because you keep saying just the no adverse impact.
Yeah.
I think you need to take a look at our regulations and look at all of the considerations that we have to follow in the factor tests that we make our analysis. One of the factors is the public benefit, and I think that we all agree there's great public benefit here, but that's just one of the factors that we look at. So I would just say maybe take a look at our
Specific for the-
stormwater management manual that we follow as a part of our analysis at these variance
For the
requests.
buffer request.
It's variance request and floodways and
Variance.
buffers, yeah.
I think too, just to build on what's been said, if you can be really clear on what what you're meeting as the base requirements, for instance, the LID numbers that were mentioned earlier, and then what's mitigation above that, whether it's, pervious area or volume or what it is, be really clear on what is meeting the requirements of whatever the structure is and the regulations in place, and then what's above and beyond that for the mitigation. It's really helpful for us to understand.
I think that they did that. They're converting 0.9 acres to satisfy LID with no above and beyond mitigation. And then the mitigation piece, in my mind, would be, that's when I would focus on the storage and the volume.
Yeah, I think just, whenever you come back for your final, that's always really helpful to have that.
Okay.
And I want you to be mindful of, you are asking to build in the floodway, and it's supposed to be an athletic facility. What's presented here is very similar of the mitigation that you all have proposed of encroachment buffer zones and that offset of the impervious area to the pervious pavers or the grass paving and those things. So really think about, trying to do something in the floodway is going to require more than just a basic encroachment on the buffers.
Commissioner Fulmer, I understand, were you agreeing with the approach to not do the stream bank vegetation? Is that your point you were making there? That's a poor effort, or that would, okay.
Reseeding and trying to plant trees out there is going to be an extreme challenge. I think that it's more beneficial to focus on increasing
Storage.
floodplain volume and storage.
Yeah, that could be the avenue to.
Unless you want to split the cost of the parks project with them, I'm sure they wouldn't mind.
Right.
Well, I do think that there's a taxpayer benefit here as well with the upcoming work that will be required at the Bordeaux landfill. And I think that could be an added benefit here as a community benefit project to donate the fill material or a portion of it needed to cap that landfill just down the street. So consider that. I mean, that's an outside conversation. It's outside of this purview, but that's something that's coming up near term that could greatly benefit, as they did before from this site when the landfill was originally capped in Bordeaux.
Do you happen to know the volume approximately?
I don't. I mean, the Titans were going to donate 250,000 cubic yards, but that is being handled elsewhere now, and so that material would likely have to be purchased, which comes out of our taxpayer funding in a sense, and so that could be an alternate approach. But I'm throwing that out there as an idea, not as a requirement.
And I just
Chair.
want to, oh, sorry.
Yes.
Just to Commissioner Fulmer's point, we've had around the city, we've had some catastrophic bank failures that are typically associated with, with the removal of trees and things like that. So I think that the approach y'all have taken to use riprap to reinforce those banks is probably the most effective way to ensure that your banks remain stable and are not subject to caving off in the river when the river fluctuates like it does.
Okay,
I
we'll
was
avoid that.
I was gonna say, I want to be, I know this is a preliminary. I would be happy to make a vote or to not, but I do want to be respectful because we have other things on the agenda, and I feel like we've given this applicant a lot of time between this meeting and the last meeting. So, how the chairperson would like to.
I'll ask the applicant. I mean, do you feel like you have enough feedback here from what we've been discussing to put together a above and beyond proposal for your final?
Yeah, I think if you can give us, to defer us one cycle, I think we can come back in with some more targeted improvements that may give clarity to it and hopefully allow you guys to make a motion for approval. So we can do that.
Yeah, preliminary is really just feedback, and so you'll have a whole new application for final. And
Yeah, that's right. So,
Yeah.
yeah, I think we're okay with that deferral one cycle.
Is there anything else from staff that we need to consider as part of this? I see Mr. Hine.
If I might just calibrate, sounds like you're getting ready to wrap this up, maybe to bring it all back around. Obviously, the degree to which a site meets our regulations, they don't need a variance. So as this is being considered, I think that it sounds like maybe that's part of the consideration in this. It's very complicated. It's certainly not a typical site. The other issue too, given the decision last time is, much of this equates to a buffer disturbance. And are they doing equal or greater offset if it is deemed they're otherwise meeting the regs? I know a lot of times we don't necessarily think of the floodway as being part of the buffer, but it is what sets in our regs, it is what sets the width of the buffer. And part of the reason it's never really contemplated as buffer is during a flood event, that's the area of flow velocity. So I know we've had a few sites over time that have had to try to plant in those areas, and it doesn't stick because those velocities take things away. Sounds like this site is a little bit unique as far as the elevation, but I just kind of wanted to bring it back around. You know, it's a buffer, mainly a buffer disturbance issue. Equal or greater offset is kind of what we always talk to applicants about in the preliminary meetings. And so I just wanted to offer that.
I appreciate the clarity. Okay.
I've just got one. The 2-year here is about 400 in the existing model, so I'd say a grand majority of your site's already below that elevation, other than the berm. So
You said a 2-year is 400 elevation?
about 400, yeah.
Well, yeah, so most of the sites well above that.
Well, the berm is, but not the shooting area.
The shooting area goes down.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we'll have to look at areas, that's what I say, we have to look at areas that are above that have adequate potential for volume.
And I don't know what our conversations have been with the Corps exactly, if they actually have a model that we can, start playing around in, or if it's.
Well, let us look at that. I think that's valuable feedback, and I think we can take what the commission has suggested and do our best to come back with a good plan for approval.
I would just note there's been a lot of discussion about the bank stabilization, and I think it just comes back to being creative, whatever your approach is to come back. This may not be the right spot to do that. I think we've all kind of acknowledged that, but we've seen some creative approaches come before the board in the past, and just ask that you think about that as you come. It may be here, it may be somewhere else, it may be somewhere else on site. There's a lot of different ways to think about mitigation and to think about what Mr. Hunt was just saying, so.
Okay. I feel you, man, as a landscape architect, right? You want the trees, not the rocks. I understand. Okay.
Okay. All right. Anything else? Okay. Thank you. We'll see you for the final.
Yep.
All right, folks. Anybody need a break? Anything you want to take you good? Anybody? Everybody? Okay. All right. And with that, we'll go to the next case. I will ask the Estus Road candidate or applicant, has your engineer arrived? And if not, that's no problem. We can move you to the end to give us more time.
My engineer recently had a new baby, so I asked that you please excuse him today. And so I feel equipped to handle our new presentation, if that's okay.
Okay. Yeah. Happy to do that. So with that, we will hear the
Estus Road case, and I'll let Logan introduce that, and we'll proceed.
All right. Case number 2 on the agenda is case 2024-00024, 3702B Estus Road at 3702B Estus Road. APN is 116-120-10500. Inspector is Development Services Single Family. Council District 34, Sandy Ewing. Applicant's request, disturbance of the Zone 1 floodway buffer to remove existing encroachments and to provide compensating cut. Disturbance of the Zone 2 floodway buffer to construct a home, pool, and associated appurtenances. To allow compensating cut to be counted below the 2-year flood elevation. Appellant is Nathan Hardin, represented by Daniel Whitley, Arnold Consulting Engineering Services Incorporated. Comments, Stormwater staff. This project is a tear down as considered new development. Staff does not support an extensive patio in the water quality buffer. Codes, no comment provided. Planning, no comment provided. Greenways is not requesting a greenway or greenway easement.
Thank you, Logan. I did make a mistake. I wanted to ask before if there's any elected officials in the audience, any council members, anybody that's here to speak, because I know there were last time. So if there are, raise your hand. Nope. Okay. All right, great. So with that, I will describe the path forward. The applicant will have 10 minutes to present. I'll give you 1 minute warning. We'll then close the applicant's presentation, open it up to public comment. People here to speak in favor or against, I'd ask you to come to the podium and we'll have 2 minutes to speak, and then we will close public hearing and open it up to deliberation. So with that, I'll let you introduce yourself and I'll start the clock after that.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm Nathan Hardin. So good morning, Mr. Chairman, fellow commissioners and staff. It's good to be back. And sorry that my engineer isn't here, but you heard most of the details from him last time, and I've got all his numbers for you if there are any questions that I hope I can answer. So last time when I presented, we had 3 neighbors who showed up with concerns about, how their nearby properties would be potentially impacted by this new construction. And so I had a chance to speak with each of them after the meeting. I also to correspond with Councilwoman Ewing, who came down here, I think, in large part to address concerns of those neighbors that they had expressed to her. And we paid special attention. Councilwoman Ewing, wrote a letter after the last meeting, sort of listing her concerns with the project. And I think if you look at our revision here, you'll see we did a really good job, in my opinion, of addressing her concerns. Just some of the highlights, the Cliff Notes version. So this is dealing specifically with Councilwoman Ewing's concerns. So in our new plan, we are proposing full replacement of all trees that would be removed on the property with native species at a 1-to-1 ratio. Switching to pervious pavers wherever possible. The incorporation of a no-mow zone, starting at the border of the Zone 1 floodway buffer. And removal of all non-native shrubs. And with this plan, we have a net decrease, importantly, of impervious square footage. And I know that was an issue that was brought up last time. And I think probably the most important new item on our revised plan is that we have proposed, as you saw Logan describe, creating an additional cut in the location where the existing house stands to offset any stormwater displacement. And so what we have now is a net improvement on stormwater displacement if the commissioner approves that cut that we're proposing. And I think that's on a different slide, but you can, maybe the next one. Okay, yeah, so there's the proposed cut. Yeah, and that's the long and short of it. I mean, I know, obviously, as is discussed probably with just about every person who comes up here and sits in this chair, and certainly with Councilwoman Ewing, the burden is on the public benefit for any kind of variance request like this. And so I hope you will agree that we've met with that necessary standard with our updated plan and that we've presented something that can meet with your approval. And I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, great, thank you. Logan, do we have any letters or smoke signals, as Chair Dodd used to say?
Yes, there were 3 letters in opposition. And then Councilmember Ewing had reached out this morning. She said basically that her comments stand. She's happy with the pervious pavement in the floodplain and the buffers, but still a little concerned about the size of the structure and taking down the existing trees. So she's still in opposition, but a little bit different than the comments she wrote in the package.
Okay. I'll open up the public hearing. Is there anybody, if you wouldn't mind, raise your hand to speak if you're here to speak in favor or against? Is there anybody in the audience to speak today? Okay, seeing none. I'll close public hearing and open it up to the commission. I will start off by saying we are always in favor of working to leave sites in a better condition than they currently are, and I think this one presents itself in a manner that removes an existing home that is within the Zone 1 buffer and attempts to improve the site by building a new one and other mitigation necessary for its Zone 2 buffer that, in a sense, could, now that we've gone back and responded to our comments last time in our last meeting, we had a discussion just with the commissioners about the uncompensated fill in the Zone 2 buffer and in the floodplain, that we would balance the site within the footprint of the existing home. So I think that's what's been presented here before us, and I'll open it up for more conversation to build from that.
A procedural standpoint, I've been doing a lot of fun deep diving in our manual. Since we have letters of opposition, I would like to designate those as an exhibit for any future appellate record. And when we get those, I was looking at our manual and our hearing procedures. And so those letters of opposition that the commission received before the meeting, I would like to go ahead and designate as Exhibit A or Exhibit 1, however the secretary would like to number those.
I think they are recorded as part of the case files, is that correct?
Yeah, maybe I'm not understanding. They're on your tablet.
It just says any document submitted before the committee shall be received into the record, identified as an exhibit thereto, and be numbered by the secretary. That's in our manual, so.
So do I need to say how many there? I mean,
I think what I would say is the letters of opposition could be submitted as one standing exhibit as Exhibit 1, and if there are additional documents that are presented to the committee during the variance hearing, we could then number those as additional exhibits thereafter.
Okay.
You had mentioned, we briefly had talked at the last meeting about the pervious versus impervious surface. Do you have those exact calculations? I may have missed it in the new package.
So previously we had a proposed net increase of 531.43 square feet of impervious area. And we are proposing turf stone for hardscapes under this new plan, 666 plus feet of those. And so the resulting calculation is a net decrease after factoring in the turf stone of 135.04 square feet of impervious area.
And that's with the removal of the current existing home in the Zone 1.
Yep. And that's just the total area. If you look more specifically with the removal of impervious area inside the floodway buffer, obviously it's a dramatic improvement there, since we're almost completely out of, well, we're completely out of Zone 1 and mostly out of Zone 2 as well. And you know, the way we tried to do the layout was to prioritize as much as we can, getting as far as we can out of the floodway.
Mr. Hunt, I want to make sure those numbers are clear. Mr. Hunt, would you mind panning down to page C2 at the bottom right corner where it identifies those values?
Well, to be clear, you just said you're almost all the way out of the Zone 2 buffer, but when you look at the architectural, I mean, there's a building that cantilevers out to the Zone 1 buffer. And so that's pretty misleading on the site plan.
Correct. I suppose what I meant was the ground floor footprint. So our thinking with the cantilevering was that we would, obviously some of that is going to be vegetation under those cantilever sections or pervious pavers. And so that it would be, we thought, a better situation from a stormwater standpoint to have the smaller ground floor footprint. So that you're seeing there kind of highlighted yellow is actually smaller than the footprint of the existing house. Does that make sense?
It does.
I understand you have to calculate the roof surface area for your
Yeah.
impervious. I understand.
And then the FEMA map that was included indicates that the floodplain elevation's a 494.4.
I assume that's correct. Yeah, I don't have that figure.
I mean, that's pretty important because when you look at your grading plan, your front door is a foot below that. And regulations require it be 4 feet higher. So you got a 5-foot differential where you're
correct.
short.
But that's all going to be unfinished. So maybe it's not clear from this picture, but the actual front door to the finished square footage area is up that flight of stairs. So that's a non-conditioned, unfinished entrance area on the ground floor.
Is that an elevator that's?
Correct.
So the elevator is an unfinished area that can flood?
Correct.
Or the
That
lobby,
doesn't-
what's noted as lobby is unfinished?
Yes, so that was our, Vice Chairman is correct that in order to build in this, I mean, we'd have to be, I think, somewhere in the range of 6 feet off the ground for our first floor finished level. I don't know the exact number, but the design is meant to.
Structures are 1 foot, commercial.
Locally, it's 4. We have a local ordinance that has it be 4.
Okay.
FEMA requires 1 foot for every structure, but Metro went above and beyond. The elevator pit being below the floodplain is a little concerning for me, and just the fact that if a 100-year flood comes, are people going to be trapped in that house if they're having a seizure or heart attack, or, I mean, it's, can you even get this thing insured? I mean,
FEMA does allow elevators below the flood elevation.
the elevator?
As long as the mechanical systems are elevated and they don't descend into flood waters. So they'd have to basically have a safety cutoff switch of some kind to stay up on the second floor in a flood event.
What Logan's talking about happens in coastal areas frequently.
We've had some built in Nashville as well that are in enclosures like this.
Yeah, I think there's a whole FEMA manual that addresses elevators and floodplains, and so to comply with the requirements of that manual might be sufficient to meet the needs of that concern.
Okay, that's good to know.
Did it say in here how much of the cut was below the 2 years? I think that was one of the requests.
So on page 6, there's a good summary of the cut and fill, but it does not, I don't think it designates like what's in that 2 year.
What's below the 2 year?
I believe all of it's below the 2 year.
Is all of it?
I think the 2 year is about 492 elevation, and that's pretty much below.
I believe that's correct.
Yeah. I don't think they can balance without cutting below the 2 year.
Without cutting below the 2 year.
I see a pool in the architectural plans, but not the civil.
We actually withdrew the pool request after receiving comment from staff that they expressed concern about approving that because it fell within the Zone 2 buffer. So what you see on the drawings there is my engineer's heroic last minute attempt to, while on parental leave, to create that drawing. So yes, we've removed the pool, sadly.
And do you, have y'all considered an alternative site plan that maybe builds one home instead of a duplex?
Oh, this is, I know it kind of looks like a duplex, but this is a single home, single family home. It just has 2 driveways, or 2 garages.
Mr. Harden, you're familiar with the turf stone, I assume, and what that product is and how that works?
Yeah, roughly. I mean, I've got the 30-second explanation from my engineer about it, yes. It's not my first choice, but it seemed like it was maybe the best way forward given the constraints of the property.
Yeah, I just kind of want to make sure that's clear, because it's often, used for certain applications that may not always be a residential patio, and this is kind of appears to be predicated on using that sort of impervious material, and
Yeah.
it may be a little bit, it's just a different material for a patio surface and all the walkways that you kind of have proposed around it.
Yeah, I think, my engineer was really looking to get that an improvement in the total impervious square footage. And I think that's ultimately what pushed us in that direction. And it was able to get us on the right side of the balance sheet for that.
Mr. Oliver, you making a suggestion that you'd be open to an alternate product to serve the same function?
Well, I think that product works really well to provide a firm surface and allow for max infiltration compared to some other products. It's not always the most conducive to a patio where you may have people gathering and those sorts of things. And if they found that out after the fact, then it wouldn't really work very well for the plan that you're submitting here today, I guess is my concern, is that you may be getting something approved that doesn't really work like you think it does. That's what I want to know.
Do you have an alternate product that you would recommend that serves them?
I'd leave that up to you guys.
Okay.
It also calls to be over-compacted subgrade, which is problematic. You can't compact it, and the water won't get in there.
Yeah, I mean, there's quite a bit of the exterior patio space that's within that zone 2 buffer. I guess that would be one consideration, is to just study how much space that you're asking to be within that zone 2. I think one challenge that we have is that the alternative site plan is oftentimes brushed aside as, well, it just doesn't work. And it's difficult for us just to say, oh, okay, well, it just doesn't work, as opposed to showing something, as we've noted in a number of different examples. I think showing something that says this is an alternative, and these are the reasons that it doesn't work, as opposed to just always saying, well, there is no alternative, it doesn't work, I think makes it pretty challenging.
Okay.
So one thing I'm trying to get my head around is mitigation. I know you're going to be planting natives and those things, adding some cut. But based on, I guess it's page 19 in the bottom left, it's got the impervious area calculations, and it looks like you're increasing the impervious area by 531 square feet, but planning on, 666 square feet of the turf stone, or maybe an alternative there.
Correct.
So your increase in, after accounting for that, sounds like a difference of 135 square feet. And we've kind of used a rule of thumb of 1 to 2, 1 to 3 for that pervious area to offset the increased impervious area. And I'm not seeing that here with the numbers. Maybe I'm missing something, but it sounds like you're you're decreasing the pervious area by 135, or impervious area by 135 square feet, and that's,
Correct.
that doesn't seem like much, given the size of the, building that you're planning to construct and the, amount of space that you do have here. So I would have preferred to have seen more mitigation happening, more pervious area, to not just make up the difference, but go beyond that, because we want to see improvements, a net benefit, really, more than just 135 square feet.
I think that goes in line with the landscape plan too. I think last time we asked for the existing trees to be identified and a mitigation landscape plan to be included. So appreciate you doing that and bringing that before us. I think in line with Ms. Camp, I think you're taking out 13 trees to move the house up, and you're putting 13 trees back that are, the smallest size that, you can plant. And so, again, to that point, I think we always look at what the mitigation is in terms of what the impact is, and knowing that you're taking out, you can look at the, the views that were included in here, some relatively mature trees that provide a very different benefit than the smaller ones. And just a note too, I'd encourage your landscape architect to think about the species that are kind of being proposed, is that there are a lot of understory, medium canopy trees, and which are very different than what's being removed, and the mitigation that is being suggested or shown to replace them, I don't think really meets the intent that Ms. Camp just described.
Okay. So larger trees essentially would be preferable?
I think looking at the species of them and potentially the variation and variety of what's out there in terms of what you're taking down, I think is always important, and to convey that. If you're coming back in at 1-to-1 replacement, then I think looking at the size would be advisable. Or if you're looking at smaller size, I think you look at what number are you coming back to. Something that accounts for the size that you're taking down. Whether it's more trees, more variety, something that accounts for what's there today.
In a situation like this, I mean, we're taking down a bunch of hackberries. Do you like to see more hackberries put up, or just because a lot of people don't really like those?
I wouldn't say that's a tree that we would recommend.
Okay.
To plant
Thank
back.
you.
But I think looking at the benefits that they provide and kind of their size,
Something
root
comparable
systems,
in size.
those sorts of things.
Yeah.
Again, I think there's different ways you can approach it. It can be you plant twice as many trees, or whatever the number is. I'm not saying twice as the number, or you look at the size of what you're putting out. Because right now, it's kind of 2-inch trees, and the exact number that you're taking down, and dogwoods and redbuds are great, but they don't really replace canopy or achieve the same results. So again, looking at mitigation, I think is important.
Yeah,
Let me add to the, go ahead.
Trees drink water, and a 15-inch drinks a lot more than a 2-inch.
Yeah, so if you would, Mr. Hunt, go to landscape plan L 1.0 on the screen. That shows, I think you're already there, but if you pan over to the existing conditions, in the bottom right corner, there's a series of larger trees, especially at, near the property line, the 22-inch caliper, the 23. Is there any opportunity to preserve some of those larger trees to help go above and beyond from a caliper perspective than what's been proposed on your plant schedule?
I think those are tree numbers, but they are 10s.
Okay. Oh, yes, I'm sorry. Those are numbers. Yeah.
To your point there.
Yeah.
In answer to your question, I don't think so. Given if you look where the front most portion of the house is, there would be encroaching that space where those trees are on the front left or front right of the image.
So just to kind of bring us back to like where we're at, and I understand given the existing design, but an alternative design might actually be able to look at adjusting some things to maintain some of those more mature trees. This is not preliminary, and we're making recommendations of things we would like to see based on, what we feel that we would be more comfortable with.
It's helpful.
So, I'm wondering if this, I don't want to suggest or encourage another deferral, but it sounds like, there are a lot of things that we've said we would like to have seen on these plans, and I'm wondering, you seem amenable to addressing some of those. But before we have a motion and vote, do you want to consider a possible deferral and go back and kind of reevaluate, maybe come at it with some creativity to address some of these concerns?
Before you answer that, I'm sorry, Ms. Camp, I know, and if we've been asked by staff to limit the amount of deferrals and provide conditions and either approve or disapprove, and I want to make sure that we honor that request that we had a huddle up a few months ago. So it would be okay if we add conditions as we've done before. And in this case, the applicant, I believe, has taken the feedback from the original preliminary and put that into this plan. So if there are items that were not taken into account from the feedback that we gave as part of his original preliminary, then we should focus on those. In the prior submittal, the tree count was, I think, mostly abolished. It wasn't a one-to-one. I don't know what the ratio was.
I don't think there was anything in there.
And so I think what we're talking about now is any opportunity to maybe increase that a bit or preserve some of the existing trees that are on the site. And then the second piece of it was we had a discussion about the uncompensated fill and how that was to be handled. And so they're presenting a plan now that handles that. And then the impervious surface, we had asked for any opportunity to use a pervious paver or any pervious pavement surfaces that I think were our three directives in the preliminary presentation. If there are others, I would ask the commissioners to speak up.
Yeah, I think the comments about the landscape can be addressed conditionally, specifically that one.
Okay, my concern is the engineer's not here to be part of the conversation about what can or can't be done, plus other members on the team.
But there'll be conditions that they'll have to meet through our body and working with staff to make sure that that's implemented.
And they'll be able to view this recording, correct? Okay, so that would be nice, yeah.
I think we need to be careful about conditioning landscape replacement quantity, and that probably is something that needs to be proposed to us. And so I don't know if you want to make a proposal. I know it's difficult to do that if you're not a landscape architect, but we have to have some sort of basis, and we can't be the designers.
Also, the consideration of being mindful about deferrals, we want to, achieve optimal results here. And what we're asking is not something that's going to be a huge burden for staff to kind of revisit those things, correct?
Yeah, I think our comments about deferrals were more related to how long somebody defers. So if it's like meeting to meeting, that does create a burden on staff sometimes. Even in this case, we didn't get the plans until, right at the last minute. So because the engineer had to do multiple revisions to the plan. So it may not be, if you do defer, you may think about the work that they have to put in and maybe set a meeting when they're going to come back, and they can't come back before that specific meeting.
So maybe 2 months out.
Yeah, if it's a larger deferral.
Can I ask a question about the cut, either maybe to staff? Seeing that all of the proposed compensating cut is below the 2-year, looking at this condition and some of the others along here, just thinking about that approach and how it could be used in other similar sites. I guess like feedback from staff on how, if that was reviewed and any feedback, I guess, associated with it.
I think generally speaking, over time, it relates to our regs and what's allowed in the regs. I don't have any specific experience. I mean, it would change the flow dynamics, it would appear during certain flooding events. I know that it has been included on various variances in the past as a means to get to a needed quantity.
Yep, thanks.
So I wanted to ask what some of the other conditions or potential conditions would be. I know we discussed the trees. Are there any others that we're considering here?
Increase in impervious area. Not impervious, pervious area to compensate for the additional impervious area being placed on the side.
Okay. Yeah, I think at that point, the applicant is then in a position of reducing the footprint of the home. And so there's been a reduction of the footprint of the home from, well, let me make sure that I'm correct in stating that. The existing house that was in the Zone 1 buffer was how many square feet?
Well, it is, I
Rooftop.
believe, around 1,800. I don't have the exact number.
Okay.
The decrease is in the ground floor footprint. Obviously, the newly proposed house is bigger in terms of total square footage because it's.
But just the rooftop square footage, essentially.
The rooftop square footage is also bigger, to be fair. What was reduced was the total impervious area. So that was calculating driveways. There's a brick patio that you can see on behind the existing house. The whole calculation of all impervious areas under the currently on the property versus, the total on the back. So the house itself does have a bigger roof line than the current one.
Mr. Hunt, can you pan over on that drawing to the left so we can see those numbers for the pre-existing total impervious area and post-development? So that's where that 531 square feet increase in impervious area is coming. While the floor plan may be smaller, the roof and impervious area is increasing.
Yeah, it looks like they're claiming credit for changing area that's underneath the overhang into a pervious material, but that's covered.
I'm not sure that's correct, actually, but without Dan here, I couldn't.
On a quick measurement, it looks like the rooftop difference is about 600 square feet. And it says in the note that once you net out conversion.
My understanding was that was with the two driveways being shifted to turf stone and all the patio areas, that's how they achieved that 600 square foot increase in pervious area.
I guess this is part of the reason I was thinking a deferral, so we can make sure we have accurate numbers under consideration. And if, part of that roof area for patio needs to be reduced to help improve the ratio of impervious to pervious, then that would require some additional engineering, not just considering trees and landscaping.
Yeah, I mean, I'm totally amenable to reducing the size of the rear patio as a condition. I'm not sure if that actually would improve the impervious area calculations, though, since that's pervious pavers right now. Yeah, so I think if we take away a couple hundred square feet there or 100 square feet there, we're probably still pretty close to the same numbers in terms of impervious area change without going back kind of to the drawing board on the, roof line itself.
Which is, I think what what some of the commissioners have been hinting at is that may be something that they want to see. I mean, you are the applicant here. You can ask us to take a vote, and we can take a vote,
Yeah.
or you can take the feedback it sounds like some of the commissioners may be open to a deferral. Before we do that, we did have a letter of opposition from Mr. William Hickey. One of the things that he discusses in his letter is concerns about rerouting of the stormwater onto his property because of the home's new location. Do you, can you respond to that?
Yeah, I'm a little mystified by that concern, since I'm assuming the floodwater is going to be coming from the rear of the property where the creek is primarily. I would think, and I was hoping to have a chance to kind of show him our new plan, so I'm not sure if he's totally familiar with our updates, but with if the additional cut were approved by the commission, I would think that would be a net improvement for him in terms of floodwaters that would potentially flow to his property. He's downstream of me, next door there, just to the west. But I think it's natural for anyone to be concerned about any home that's being built next door, and particularly if you're in a flood zone. So I mean, I totally understand his concerns. I just don't know. I couldn't understand how it wouldn't be a better situation for him. At least from my understanding of it.
There may be an opportunity to capture some of the runoff from the house in a rain garden at the back of the property as one means to help where some of that cut may be happening as a mitigation effort.
That mulch will just float away. Yeah, it's not really preferred in the floodplain.
Okay.
That's why we kind of talked about pervious pavement. It's still not preferred in the floodplain, but it's better than a rain garden.
But that would lead to some plantings there.
Correct, yeah. There's other options, vegetative filter strips, cisterns. I mean, there's a lot of different options.
I'm always a proponent of leaving a site in a better condition than which we found it. We've got a condition where we have an existing house in the Zone 1 buffer. Moving it out of the Zone 1 buffer and mostly out of the Zone 2, I think is a major benefit to the water quality of this site and the stream. I think we're just down to some smaller fine-tuning components. I think the big benefit of the site is getting the home out of the buffer. That's one of our biggest issues as it relates to disturbances that come before this commission. So I think the applicant has heard some feedback from all the commissioners, and I'd leave it up to you if you'd like for us to cast a vote, or if you'd like to defer and take some of the feedback and come back with some of the pieces that you've heard.
I think the best scenario for me is probably to go to vote with conditions if those are clear to the commission, if there are things on the plantings or on the patio. I mean, I'm trying to think of what other issues have been raised here. Only because of not because I don't want to do everything I can to meet your concerns, but I just have my own personal financial timeline that I have to sort of acknowledge, and so a couple of months now would put me in a potentially more difficult situation. So I'm obviously I don't want to know answer either. So without being able to read y'all's minds and kind of know where we'd be with these changes.
But I think, like Commissioner Simpson, or maybe Mr. Fulmer suggested, we would need a proposal from you on what changes you would be willing to make. Because we can't prescribe to you a ratio of plantings or reduction in that patio roof and those things. And so.
Sure. Well, I mean, I'd be willing to say, okay, if we want to reduce the size of the rear patio to limit it to a certain, I think it's 17 and a half feet from the rear of the property now. If we wanted to say it can't go past, 14 or something, that's fine. And if there are certain trees that Mr. Oliver would prefer to see rather than the ones that are there. I totally understand your situation. Like you don't want to be in the position of being the engineer or being the landscape architect. That's not your job. Your job here. Those are the only two that I know of that I could sort of suggest to you that I know we could do to kind of answer those concerns.
And are you fully aware of the consequences if you get a no vote?
I'm not. Now, what's the time frame in terms of, or is there any, there's just a sort of a complicated appeal at that point, or?
Well, yeah, your appeal mechanism was announced at the beginning of the meeting. Logan can read
Okay,
it again.
that's fine. No,
But
that's
yeah,
fine. I'll look to it.
it's a writ of cert to the Chancery Court.
Okay. Well, that sounds rather unpleasant. I try to avoid writs of cert whenever I can. So I mean, if the feeling is that there are some changes that we could make that would not involve redesigning the entire house, I guess that would make the difference. I guess I'm interested to know that. That's a different timeline, I guess, for me to sort of calculate if I know I have to go back to the drawing board on the house itself.
I think we need to be careful not to belabor this particular case and try and solve it here today.
Okay.
I think you have to look at, as you said, you just have to look at the regulations, what the hardship is and what the mitigation is. And I think we've talked about a number of things that we don't feel like the mitigation's really reaching that bar today in
Okay.
the things that are being proposed. And so I would make a motion if we're ready to. But.
Well, can I change my decision then and say that I'll defer?
Yes.
I do appreciate the feedback. It is actually quite helpful. Thank you all.
Okay, all right, so we're deferring the Estus Road case. Is there anything we need to do on our end?
I guess it depends on how long you think it's gonna take. I mean, if your engineer's out on maternity leave now, when is he coming back? I mean, I just wanna have an expected timeline of when we should get stuff back. So if it's next meeting, then.
We could do next meeting, I'm confident. I heard what you say about sort of taking up a lot of your staff's time and want to be respectful of that. It would be very helpful for me if I could get back. The idea of deferral is much more possible for me if I could get back in a month.
Just, I highly encourage you to make it as clear as possible with rooftop areas, parking areas. It's just a little confusing the way it's done, and knowing that it came in at the last minute, and it's putting everybody in a bad position. So
Understood.
We got to get it buttoned up, make it very clear, make the mitigation very clear. Alternative site plan is still something that's been excluded, and that's something we're really making sure people include.
Let me ask, when we say MWS staff, what would be kind of a deadline that you would want to see something back so we can be properly prepared if it were to be next month? Because I would be inclined to make a motion for deferral, but their submittal would need to be by a certain date for it to be on the next month's agenda.
That's fair.
Which is already passed, Logan? Is it getting late for next month already?
Well, yeah, theoretically the deadline's passed. I'm thinking if we can get something by maybe the 16th, which is a Monday.
Then
Halfway
I
through the
would
month.
move to defer this. This could be on next month's agenda to the extent the applicant is able to provide a full variance package by the 16th of September.
Great, we have a motion, do we have a second?
Second.
Seconded properly by Mr. Fulmer, I'll give him that one. Any other discussion? Okay, all in favor? Aye. Any
Aye.
opposed? Seeing none, motion carries to defer.
So let
Thank
me,
you.
just a quick, from the staff perspective, this is a very challenging site.
Yes,
One parcel to the east of this is damn near unbuildable.
yes.
Okay, so you're minimally almost. I mean, you have great challenges in trying to fit a parcel on the 1/4 of the lot that is not encumbered by floodplain and regulations. So, you don't want to try to put too much into that. But at the same time, we as staff, we want to recognize the fact that there are parcels within this city that are challenging parcels. There are also parcels in this city that are just unbuildable, and we like to buy those out and tear down the houses that are on them.
Are you making
So-
me an offer right now? Just kidding.
Yeah.
No, thank you for that. I
Appreciate that.
it.
And folks, I'm going to make a motion for a 5-minute break. We'll see everybody back here in about 10:25 or so.
Thank you.
Okay. September 5th, Stormwater Management Commission back to order after a quick break. We have one last case on the agenda. Is it right, Logan?
Yes, that's correct.
Is there any other business to handle after this case? Just so we're prepared?
Possibly a little bit, yeah.
Okay. All right, so we'll hang in there after this hearing. So I'd like to go ahead and kick off with the applicant has already come to the table. Thank you for your proactiveness, and we will introduce the, where's my case number? I'll let Logan go ahead and introduce the next case. Sorry, I don't have the number in front of me.
Case number 3 on the agenda, case 2024-00022, Ariza Bellevue at 1080 and 1084 Morton Mill Road and 7880 Coley Davis Road. APN is 141-000-5600, 141-11120, E04500C0, 141-000-17100, and 141-000-7400. Inspectors NPDES, Council District 35, Jason Spain. Applicant's request, disturbance of the floodway and floodway buffers to raise Coley Davis Road, construct a bridge, and construct a greenway. Mowing and maintenance for the greenway is required. Multiple stream crossings within 1,000 feet. Modification of buffer signage to allow for educational signs where necessary. Spacing of buffer signs should be larger than 100 feet. Appellant Daniel Moda, Cypress Brook Company, represented by Andrew Tarsi, Reagan Smith. Comments, Stormwater staff. Proposed mitigation consists of allowing the Zone 2 floodway buffer to naturalize/remain undisturbed and planting of seedlings in the buffer. The Zone 2 buffer conversion may be impacted by potential sports fields. The proposed bare root seedlings are difficult to establish in areas that are revegetating naturally. If approved, staff requests that the long-term maintenance agreement specify a plan for seedling establishment or that the applicant work with staff to adjust the size and/or location of the plantings. Project will obtain a letter of map change through FEMA. Codes, no comment provided. Planning, no comment provided. Greenways, 1, add future between possible and sports on soccer fields on possible sports field plan sheet. The final planting plan for the mitigation area shall be approved by the Metro Parks Greenways Division and shall ensure proper sight lines are provided for the greenway, among other considerations such as those related to programming and maintenance. The owner of parcel 141-000-1700 shall be responsible for tree maintenance and replacement within the mitigation areas for 2 years after planting. If at that time Metro has accepted the proposed park greenway dedication, the owner's responsibility will cease. Otherwise, the owner would continue to maintain and replace the trees until the park greenway dedication is accepted by Metro.
Okay, great. The applicant will have 10 minutes to present their case. Then we will close the presentation. We will open it up for public comment. I think we have a few people here to speak, and also we've received several letters, and we have a clarification that one of the commissioners would like to make when we move to the opening of the public hearing. Once we close public hearing, then we will open it up to the commission for a discussion. So with that, I'd like the applicant to introduce themselves, and I'll start the 10-minute clock after we hear the introductions.
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, Sean Henry, 511 11th Avenue North. Scotty Bernick's going to be making our presentation here. Next to him is Brian Ralston with Banesh and Daniel Moda with Cypress Brook. We would like to reserve 2 minutes, up to 2 minutes, unless you want to give us some more for any rebuttal. Thank you.
Great, thank you. You may proceed.
Good morning. My name is Scotty Bernick. I'm a landscape architect with Reagan Smith. I'm here on behalf of Cypress Brook Companies. Dan Moda and other design members are here today. As you'll see, this site is in Bellevue, Tennessee, out west near the Interstate 40 and Highway 70 South interchange. The bright green highlighted line is the Harpeth River Greenway. You'll see that we're at the terminus of this greenway. Next slide. Here's a zoomed in version showing the property. It's approximately 43.8 acres. It's zoned SP. I want to note it's landlocked between the Harpeth River and the CSX Railroad. Immediately adjacent to this, west of it, is Metro government property, which is also landlocked by those same two features. Portions of this site are within the floodway and the floodplain. Next slide, please. Metro Council approved the Ariza Bellevue SP with requirements to make public improvements. I'll highlight those in the next few slides. The approved SP dedicates approximately 20 acres of land to Metro Parks. That's the part there at the bottom. The Ariza multifamily portion, which is the screen part, is not requesting any variances and complies with the stormwater regs using LID methods per volume 5 of the Metro Stormwater Manual. This graphic here reflects the 3 public improvements I mentioned earlier. Improvement number 1 on the right is to widen and raise Coley Davis above the 500-year floodplain and to improve the cross-section of Coley Davis to provide a 10-foot multi-use path. Improvement number 2 is for the construction of a public bridge with 2 vehicular lanes and a 10-foot multi-use path. Improvement number 3 is to extend the greenway from Harpeth Crest subdivision there to the left to the existing pedestrian bridge that crosses the Harpeth River. Next slide. Oh, here, you're fine. So for the variance request, number 1 is for the construction of Coley Davis Road. Again, this is to widen the road to provide for that 10-foot multi-use path. As part of our approval process during the SP, we also agreed to lift portions of Coley Davis above the 500-year floodplain for safety purposes. Variance request number 2 is for the construction of a public bridge over the Harpeth River at an angle greater than 15 degrees and to allow a bridge that is within 1,000 feet of the pedestrian bridge. Wanted to note the alignment of this proposed bridge is done to follow NDOT standards for geometry to hit the road. Equally, as this bridge crosses, although there's a skew on the river part, it crosses at the narrowest portion of the floodway, which is the closest tip of our site. Here's a slide showing approximately 790 feet from the existing pedestrian bridge on the bottom. You'll see on the left, our property sort of runs out, so we are unable to extend the bridge further than the 1,000 feet that's required. Next slide. Variance request number 3 is for the construction of a 12-foot multi-use path or greenway within the floodway. This is an extension of the existing greenway that is there on the left side. We're also requesting a safety structure per CSX regulations that would go below the rail line. Additionally, we're requesting a 5-foot maintenance strip on each side of the greenway. Also wanted to note that this piece of property is sort of the missing link between connecting the greenway prior to Ariza Bellevue being approved. Next slide. Here's some imagery showing generally that, a maintenance zone along the greenway. Next slide. This is an image showing a conceptual underpass structure. This is again to protect any kind of gravel or something falling from the lines above. This has been reviewed both with CSX and with Metro Parks. Part of this, we had to verify that it was 1, designed for flood conditions, 2, has the ability to be removed if maintenance is ever needed. Next slide, please. Request for variance number 4 is to exceed the 100-foot stream buffer signage. Typically that's 100 feet. We're requesting up to 200 feet. That's the little blue dots on the outside. Additionally, we're requesting to use educational signage sort of at the extent on this site on each end of the greenway in lieu of using those signs every 100 foot along the greenway path. So this will give a chance for education. Next slide will show you an example. On the left are the education signs that we would propose on each side of this swath of the greenway. On the right is the stream buffer do not disturb signs that would be placed closer and away from the river. In terms of variance mitigation, next slide please. In terms of variance mitigation, we're proposing to mitigate all the area that's there and hatched, essentially 1 to 2 acres or 1.2 acres of a no-mow zone. That's basically within the buffer 2 area. The buffer 1 and the floodway itself by default is a no-mow zone. We're also proposing to supplement the riverbank approximately 4.1 acres with a riparian seed mix. And number 3, we're proposing to install 1.5 acres of bare root tree seedlings along the greenway. And we're also in agreement with the staff conditions of approval with both Parks and Metro Stormwater to look at the planting types and the planting sizes for that. It varies based on what, a seedling versus a larger canopy tree. So we've agreed to assess that. This next slide is just an alternative plan for a potential future sports field. Again, this is on Metro's property. Knowing that there's a potential for athletic fields here, we wanted to show what that mitigation would look like. It is slightly less than what we're proposing to install at day 1, a little less than an acre less than that. However, the mitigation area shown here or with the previous slide still exceeds the area of the public improvements that we're proposing today. This is an elevation along the greenway. You'll see on the right is existing vegetation where we would supplement with the riparian buffer mix. In the middle there, we're proposing the trees to go immediately adjacent to the greenway with the exception of the mow strip. And then on the left is the additional no mow zone that would just fall outside of the zone 1 and floodway area. Next slide, please. There's some imagery showing what the signage, the no mow zones could look like. The riparian seed mix, you get all kinds of different perennials and grasses that fall in there that's specific to this region and these types of conditions. Underneath the CSX rail line, some additional measures we've taken with jute erosion control, a little bit more mature plant material on each side. We have to comply with CSX guidelines, height guidelines, and not go underneath their rail line. So we've honored that with some also supplemental boulders just to really reinforce this specific area of the greenway. Next slide. In closing, in order to comply with other Metro departments, the Planning Commission and Council bill, the public benefits and the public improvements within the floodway and the floodway buffer that we're showing cannot be implemented without this variance. Thank you.
You have about 1:40 left. Is anybody else that would like to speak? Or does that conclude your presentation? Okay, great. With that, I'll close the applicant's presentation and open it up for public hearing. If you don't mind, the applicant, would you mind staying here at the table? When we go to transfer over to the commission, we'll have some questions back and forth for you, so free to stay here. So with that, I'll open up to public hearing. If the audience would raise their hand if they're here to speak in favor or against. I see a few, okay. Great. If you wouldn't mind, one at a time, come up to the podium and ensure that you press the button to turn the mic light red and introduce yourself and your address. And you have 2 minutes to present your case. I did give an exception to the Homeowners Association president, Mr. Schultz. Mr. Schultz, could you raise your hand? Okay, great. Yep. So Mr. Schultz is going to be speaking on behalf of a group of from the Harpeth Crest Homeowners Association. Just so the applicant knows, I did give him 10 minutes since he will be speaking as a spokesperson for a group of those residents. I want to limit the amount of, I want to make sure everyone is heard, but also consolidate those comments into one. Also, the other point I would like to make is Commissioner Simpson, I think, had some direct requests and would like to make a clarification to some of those pieces.
Yeah, this was actually the first variance hearing where I've had members of the public reaching out directly and asking for meetings. And I did want to make some clarifications so everyone kind of understood. I did not meet with anyone outside of this variance hearing to discuss this matter. I did take some look at some law and some other things, but the way that I kind of see our body, we are, I would say we are interpreting laws and applying it, and we are in a semi-judicial sort of administrative body here. And so I want to come to these meetings with the same information that my commissioners have. And so ex parte communications could be argued that I'm coming to this maybe bias in some sort of way. When you do that, that makes it very difficult from a chancery court appellate record for them to determine whether I have acted capricious or arbitrarily, if this is ever up for an appeal. So I did want to make that clear for the record that I think that there were some members of the public that were unhappy that I was not willing to meet with them outside of this hearing. And I did want to make that statement not for just the people here, but for anyone who's watching as well. So I wanted to make that clear that as a commissioner, I will not be meeting with people outside of our variance hearing to discuss things because I want to make sure that we're maintaining clear appellate records. And then one other thing as a part of the comments, there's been a lot of documents that were submitted, which is very helpful because all of the commissioners can see it at once and we can analyze it before the meetings. As a part of that, I did see some comments that I did want to say for the record. I've been on here for 1 year. There's been some comments about Metro staff and our legal. I did want to just state that since I've been here for a year, I have seen nothing but professionalism from our MWS staff and our legal counsel. And I just wanted to state that for the record as well.
Very good. I appreciate that, Commissioner Simpson. Thank you for the clarification. With that, I'd like for the first person to introduce themselves and the address, and I'll give you 2 minutes with a 30-second warning.
Thank you. Jim Rossi, 7704 Scenic River Lane. First, this isn't a rewilding project. Features of it encroach on ungraded land that is preserved floodplain, and that's significant because according to 1728-040 of Metro Code, in the preserved floodplain, variances shall only be approved if the committee finds that the encroachment reduces the flood danger or would improve or enhance the environmental quality of the affected floodplain section. How do a paved asphalt greenway or bridge piers reduce the flood danger or enhance the environmental quality of preserved floodplain? Second, increase in flood height. I'm not an engineer, but a 2023 Benesh study shows a 0.36 inch increase at the 1% and 3-inch increase at the 0.02% annual precipitation events. FEMA treats no increase in flood heights as a strict performance standard. A FEMA guidance states that this does not mean that you can allow a 0.1 foot or even a 0.01 foot increase. It means nothing greater than 0. And it's important to note that this can't be modified by practicability or good faith, as is represented at least in the application for this variance. Third, exceptional hardship. Under Precision Homes, for hardship, land's unusual characteristics must be special and unique to the parcel at issue and not shared by neighboring lots. Parcels on neighboring river bends are landlocked. They face limited vehicular access. They need to cross railroad tracks too. Residential homes and townhomes have been built on these other bends without disturbing the buffer, and this can be done here. Look at Section 7 of the SP legislation, which envisions the zoning reverting to RM9 if this project is not built, and the planning policy for this parcel also says that land can be developed with the addition of an at-grade railroad crossing, even if no bridge is built. SP rezoning does not change the legal standards that apply to this commission's variance process or the standards that you're supposed to apply in considering a variance, and I urge you to comply with your legal obligations and to deny this variance. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name's Steve Sosha, 7740 River Bend Way. I live just south of the tracks right next to the parcel we're talking about. My 2 minutes ready?
Yes.
Okay. I've lived on the Harpeth River just downstream from the proposed site for 35 years and have watched this river rise and fall many times. As a horse farmer with 600 feet of river frontage and 3 miles of vulnerable fencing, I try to quantify critical matters as much as possible. I learned that the stormwater modeling that the developers tend to cite often does not match reality. And the tracking stations along the Harpeth River do not give any indication as to where all that water goes when it rises. But I can tell you from experience that it is flooding my land with greater frequency and greater volume. Cypress Brook and its minions have said many times that in this process, that the disastrous 2010 flood was a 500-year event, insinuating that we'll all be dead and gone by the time it happens again. But I don't think that's the case. I have photos showing that the 2010 floodwaters on my property significantly exceeded the 500-year floodplain. I sent them last night by email. Where does the model put that? And how do they account for the 2021 flood, just 11 years later, that sent more than 4 feet of water into the 100-year floodplain? This means we've had at least 2 100-year floodplains in less than 11 years. Now, how are these floods happening 10 times faster than the models suggest? What makes developers like Cypress Brook think that we can trust these models? Some of us learned in engineering school that when real data proves your model wrong, it's time to build a new model. But maybe they're just not concerned about what we have to deal with after they have cashed out.
30 seconds.
It is said that trees are a river's last line of defense, as you know, because each conifer, such as cedars or pines, typically retains 30% of the annual rainfall that falls on its canopy. This is known as strategic storage. Yet last September, we caught Cypress Brook illegally using an enormous tree mulcher to destroy dozens of conifers in the sensitive stream bank on both sides of the river on state property, no less. Fortunately, TDEC was alerted and put a stop to it, but only temporarily. From our perspective, this is why we have a Stormwater Management Commission that can make the tough determinations, and we're asking you to please deny the destructive requests being made of you. Thank you very much.
Great.
My name is Devin Schultz. I'm 7348 Riverbend Road. I am president of the Harpeth Crest Homeowners Association. Just a quick note, I am not representing the HOA as counsel. I'm representing them as their president in my individual capacity. I will also make a quick note that I use the term greenway here because that's how they use it in their application, and that's the limit of that usage. Real quick, I wanted to also note there's a couple things in their application that misrepresent the actual state of being physically. One, they omit where they are removing trees on the northeast corner of our property. They indicate it on the one side, but they fail to indicate it on the other. And they also represent, I'm not sure actually what if this is misrepresentation or an announcement that they are intending to redirect what I call the North Critical Drainage Channel in my documents. The North Critical Drainage Channel makes a quick left and then a quick right. It's 35.7 yards from the center of the bridge pier. That's not how they have it drawn in their plans. They have it making a swooping left, and that is not indicative of reality unless they are planning on amending how it flows, which is not included in their variance. But I want to take a step back and ask, how do we get here? Why is all of these details have not yet been sorted out? Why is there so much controversy? Well, the short answer is that that's part of how this process has been designed. From the get-go, our concerns were dismissed as being, the leftover trauma from the 2010 flood. And so there's some of that's true, admittedly, but not all of it. And simultaneously, they dismissed our concerns about we needed more detail. What's going on in these plans? This doesn't make sense. And Attorney Henry actually spent part of his 2 minutes before Metro Council dismissing our concerns. He said, the neighbors want that now. That's premature. Once the council decides whether or not zoning is appropriate, my client is free to spend a heck of a lot more money drawing up those plans. Well, now we have some plans. Now we have a variance request, and now we're here. And now they want you to believe that the details of those plans that you have before you have been pre-approved by Metro Council. Metro Council hasn't even seen these plans. It's an extraordinary position. Their statement of hardship is summed up as follows. The conditions precedent of the SP legislation that they begged to have included and advertised on their website as the top 5 benefits are all of a sudden things that give rise to an exceptional hardship. Next slide, please. Councilmember Gloria Hauser, who was the council member in District 22 at the time, announced during the Planning Commission meeting to convince the Planning Commission that Alan Thompson, who's at Reagan Smith, brought that to me and said, I will raise Coley Davis Road. She said, oh, well, that does make a difference to me. So that's something the Planning Commission should consider. Next slide, please. And then she said, if we can't raise Coley Davis Road, if that's not possible, then we don't need this project. Next slide, please. And Councilman Rosenberg, who wrote the actual legislation, said, I hope that it's understood that each of these promises being made by Cypress Brook has to be a condition of these apartments getting built. And if roadblocks prevent them, the project simply will not move forward. Next slide, please. And their CEO even got in on the act. Next slide, please. Now, we know, you all know better than we do, that financial consequences of bad decisions are not the basis for an exceptional hardship. These things have to be specific to the land, physically specific to the land, and have to be imposed on the owner by the size, shape, or the topographical conditions of the property. Next slide, please. And so you all have three constraints, at least three constraints, when it comes to granting variances. You have section 1728.040, the commission's own rules and regulations, and the case law, which of course precision comes up frequently. Next slide, please. And when you flush all of that out, this is what that looks like. This is your flow chart on how to make the decisions. I have one of these for each one of the variances requested, actually. They're all the same, but you have to apply it 4 different times for each of the variances. Next, you can click through, please. Because each of the variance requests has to be considered independent of each of the other variance requests. The Greenway variance request cannot be considered with the Coley-Davis request, cannot be considered with the bridge variance request. They all have to be considered separately. And 1728.040 makes that clear. Excuse me. 1728.040 says, such variances shall only be approved if the committee finds the encroachment reduces the flood danger or would improve and enhance the quality of the effective floodplain section. It's not obvious, but this provision tells you that you have to evaluate each request independently of each other because, for instance, Coley-Davis Road is not in the preserved floodplain. So 1728.040 does not apply to Coley-Davis Road, but it does apply to each of the bridge and the Greenway since they're in the preserved floodplain. Since the code section applies to some of, but not all the variance requests, you know that the two have to be considered separately from Coley-Davis variance request, and they can't be considered as some sort of omnibus variance request. In addition, while it's listed as only a single variance, our Greenway should be considered separately. For our Greenway, the Greenway extension on our property should be considered separately from what they intend to do on their property. They didn't bother to put our name on the application. In fact, they didn't put our address on they didn't put the address on the application the first time. They didn't send me, the president of the HOA, a notice. They didn't send the HOA a notice the first time. We had to request that they reschedule the meeting because they failed to do even the basic notice requirements. Clearly, this is an effort to conceal the occurrence of the meeting that continued with the application for today, where they did not list us as an owner. But the point of this analysis, which is a requirement under the internal rules, I might add, but the point of the analysis for the variance request on our parcel is quite different from theirs. What they're seeking to do is to destroy on our parcel is an already platted, undisturbed stream water quality buffer that is referred to in section 5.4 and 6.10 of the stormwater regs. In order to grant a variance on the bridge, which is in the floodway, and the Greenway connection, you have to find that with respect to each one of them, the flood danger is reduced or the environmental quality of the effective floodplain is improved or enhanced. Both of these are undisturbed river areas, scenic river areas. Slide, please. Here's a picture of it at dawn on the frost. This is where they want to put the bridge with a Greenway kind of onto the left. Next slide, please. That's a worse picture, apologies, but it's the same kind of area. Next slide, please. I don't need to read the Stormwater Management Manual number 1. This provides the groundwork for the evaluation of the good and sufficient cause. Next slide, please. So good and sufficient cause for variance occurs when a parcel of land possesses physical characteristics specific to the property involved, not the personal circumstances of the applicant. This applies even if the alternative means of construction are more expensive or more complicated than building the structure with a variance. Next slide, please. We know that there can be other developments on this property because Councilman Rosenberg announced this to us in between the second and third reading of the final bill after it cleared Planning Commission. He told us that current zoning would allow a large senior facility on the property without any community benefits. Next slide, please. In addition, the unusual physical characteristics must be shared to that property and not be shared by adjacent parcels or be typical of the other lots in the community. Next slide, please. This is one example of that, of the parcel, the applicant parcel compared to Howes Bend, and which has already been discussed I'll proceed on. So this shows two of our parcels. We own the parcel on the left and we own the parcel on the right. Those parcels are adjacent to each other. They are also identical with respect to the physical characteristics, except for size, and the fact that there is a stormwater detention agreement that subjects the larger parcel that's on the left. Here's the first page of that. And we know the stormwater management, the stormwater detention agreement is important to Metro because they told us so.
1.5 minutes.
Sorry?
1.5 minutes.
1.5 minutes,
sorry.
thank you. They require, can you just go one back, please? They say that the stormwater management agreement is essential to the health, safety, or in general welfare for the residents of Nashville and Davidson County. Next slide, please. Oh, one more. And they go ahead and state that there shall not be any structures of a permanent nature placed on our parcel. This is binding contractual language, and the stormwater regs, the stormwater definitions define a sidewalk as a structure. Anything that takes up space on the ground and remains there for a long time is considered a permanent structure under the definitions. Next slide, please. This is what the site looks like. It's an undisturbed tree canopy. Next slide, please. That's the northernmost point. Note that it bends around in a 9. That endpoint is not there by accident. Next slide, please. This is the stormwater detention system site plans, which are referenced by reference to the plat. Next slide, please. One more. One more, please. One more, please. One more, please. And it has the north critical drainage channel. That north critical drainage channel is 360 feet long. Next slide, please. This is what it looks like when it's under 3.5, 4 feet of water. That's 360 feet by 30 feet wide by 3.5 feet deep. It's not as small as it looks in the photograph. That's what it looks like with respect to with a football field. Next slide, please. There it is again. One more, please. And Mr. Henry has stated in a public meeting in January 2023 that the plat speaks for itself.
And that's time. I'll let you conclude with,
Okay.
with a sentence.
Well, in that green circle, it indicates that the cul-de-sac will be extended. There's nothing north of the greenway that indicates that it will be extended. Thank you very much for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you. That was a well put together presentation. Thank you for taking the time to do that for your community. Okay. Is there anybody else here to speak in favor or opposition of in the audience? Okay, Logan, did we receive, I know we received lots of correspondence. Can you summarize that for us, please?
Yes, I will read the names of everyone that's written in opposition. We didn't have anybody speak in favor of the request. We got letters from Rebecca Haney, Jennifer Pearson, Donna Wood at 382 White Oak Lane, Jim Rossi at 7704 Scenic River Lane, Robert Petrie, 1052 Todd Priest Drive, Dana McCullough, Jeannie Tapley, 7008 Somerset Farm Circle, Robert Binkley, 700 Dove Valley Court, Josh Haney, Bertha, Mary Catherine Black, 141 Morton Mill Circle, Suzanne Lanier, 983 Todd Priest Drive, Kim Hanafusa, Teresa Cartwright, 1209 Summerview Cove, Jennifer Gerald, 7433 Riverbend Circle, Beth Sass, 7300 Riverbend Road, Stacia Strack, 3809 Wilmamette Drive, Amy McCoy, 1032 Morrissey Cove, Joanne Scalf, 7016 Bay Cove Trail, Catherine Whitlow, 1104 Summersby Court, Kirsten Espaliot, 700 River Fork Drive, Teresa England, Stephen Whitlow, 1104 Summersby Court, Carolyn Mallard, Rosemary Lombardi, 7041 Cotton Blossom Lane, Kathy Robbins, Diane Gregory, Terry Sogol, Tammy Jocelyn, Liz Berry, Dale Baird Mitchell, 1012 Todd Priest Drive, Julie Ladd, John Cappick, 105 River Court, Marjorie Jones, 919 Todd Priest Drive, Jill Wren, Tony Packus, Robert Mason, 3421 Harthus Springs Drive, Emily Fish, Holly Inman, Amber Carson, Sandra Smith, 922 Todd Priest Drive, Kim Kramer, Jennifer Sandy, 7709 Riverbend Way, Kelly Hayes, Catherine Carter, Melanie Job, 4404 Kirk Burke Court, James and Patty Wright, Sienna Bonesiero, Piper Riggins, Cinda Johnson, 7428 Riverbend Circle, Amber Duventre, Laura Hyman, Victoria Burris, 6935 River Ridge Drive, Lee Lonis, Will Drennan, Karen Rowling, Darlene Robertson, Kim Walter, 3441 Harpeth Springs Drive, Tanya Gaddis, 3109 Harpeth Springs Drive, Devin Schultz, John Walsh, Ramon Urania, 3705 Springwater Drive, Laura Wagner, 3424 Riverbend Drive, Sarah McGahee, Brandon Lowry, Kim Halliburton, 7137 Somerset Farms Drive, Eric Schiller, 7344 Riverbend Road, Pamela and Dennis Stokes, James Riggins, Rose Johnson, 3265 Harpeth Springs Drive, Cynthia Duncan, 3209 Harpeth Springs Drive, Danielle Miller, 3029 Harpeth Springs Drive, Eric Bateman, Fred Wilhelm, 3381 Harpeth Springs Drive, Carrie Cross, 3401 Harpeth Springs Drive, Susan Maitland, Sally Foster, 3345 Harpeth Springs Drive, Paula Carney, 142 Morton Mill Drive, Stuart Coatson, James and Tina Pogue, Aaron Johnson, Fritz Coy, Judith Davison and Kenneth Klocksheim, 708 Mapledale Court, Steve Shosha, Mary McKenzie, 1336 General George Patton Road, Corin Limon, Catherine Fayez, Charles and Suzanne Brock, 3413 Harpeth Springs Drive, Lily Trevisick, 600 General George Patton Drive, Adia Bryant, Alexander Gish, and Raymond Anderson, 1003 Todd Priest Drive.
Okay, great. I know all the commissioners have received those letters. We created a share link and also individual attachments as they came into the commission. I myself went back and even listened to the planning commission meeting and the council meeting. So we've tried to do our best to familiarize ourselves with the history of this case as it is complex. So I want to make sure that the audience knows that was all taken into account as we deliberate this issue. I would like to make sure I have opinion from legal before we deliberate. So the conditions that are set forth here are part of an SP that planning had approved and was also approved by Metro Council. There is certainly a separation between what gets done in planning and at Stormwater. And so can you help me maybe describe what that separation is, and even though those are conditions of an SP, how they are viewed here in this body?
I think you should review it completely independently of your decision. Like, what's before you is what's before you. I wouldn't concern yourself with how planning works through the process. There's a variance before you. I would review it like any other variance that's come before you.
Okay. And since this project contains greenways and metro parks, I know that there's some greenways, metro parks representatives here today in the audience. Would you like to speak? Is there anything that you would like to note before we deliberate this case related to the components that are part of the SP? Okay, all right.
I need to note, similar to Commissioner Simpson, I received, in addition to the emails that we all received, I received email communication from one individual and did not meet with them, and only responded and copied Logan that we are unable to discuss the case outside these meetings, and if they had questions, they could follow up with him, just so we're fully transparent and clear.
Great, thank you for that clarification. Okay. With that, and as we do with cases that are multiple component, even though it is one variance request, we do often, and this was part of the feedback that we received from one of the persons that spoke in opposition, we do often handle those in an individual basis. So even though it's a multi-component variance request, we will handle them case by case. So with that, I'll open it up to the commission.
And to the chairperson, I don't know how you would like to handle this. I think there were some complaints, at least in the written documents that I saw, about the applicant not meeting certain variance application and notice requirements. So I don't know if the chairperson would like to handle that first. The two that I had noted, first was not all of the landowners were included in the application, so that would be covered under F1.1.1 subsection 1 of our manual. The second related to notice requirements, written notice requirements of letters that were sent. I think there was a statement that nothing was sent directly to the HOA itself. So I did want to bring that to our attention, didn't know if we wanted to start with those before we went into the merits, because I think that's the first step. Do we have a proper application in front of us?
Yep, thank you for bringing that up. I'd like to defer to staff to comment or legal to provide feedback on that issue. I know this case was planned for the August agenda and then was deferred to this month.
Yeah, first I would like, Logan, if you could talk about, I think, all the notices that went out, or this might be a question. Logan, do you have the documentation to support what notices were sent out?
Yes, there's a list of 720 members, 720 people, I think. Let me get the exact count.
And Logan, let me ask this, because this is one of the questions I had on the notice. Was notice sent to every member of the Harpeth Crest Homeowners Association? The property owners? Do we know?
I don't know specifically. So the way the list is created is via planning tool. So I think it just uses the property boundaries.
Okay.
So our original list that we created was based on the 1084 parcel, the state parcel, and the parcel that's north of the railroad tracks, but east of the 1084 parcel. We did not include the Harpeth Crest. So that was the issue.
Mm-hmm.
Once we included that, it added quite a lot more, because across the river from that parcel, you have River Plantation, which is a large condominium development. And so basically every owner within that definitely got it. I'd have to run the tool again to see exactly where that boundary was and see if, because I think, and I could be wrong, I'm not a member of the Harpeth Crest Association, but I think there's two different sections to it. So you have one section that's closer to the Harpeth River, and then another section that might be a little farther away. So the address that is on file for 1080 Morton Mill, which is the Harpeth Crest Association parcel, is 5945 Temple Road. And that's what pulled out of that planning tool.
And do we have a record of a notice being sent to that address?
Yes. I do not know if that, but if I go to the tax record, it's got the Harpeth Crest Association as 100 Winters Circle, Unit 180, Brentwood, Tennessee, 37027. So it is possibly different, but I don't know where they're getting that information from on the planning tool.
So there was the mailers that went out, and there was also a signage requirement that we've talked about. As part of our signage requirements, we do have the applicant submit a declaration that they believe that they've complied with the sign requirements. They submitted that declaration. I would defer to the applicants to where the signs were placed. The staff does not go out and measure that the signs are, 350 feet apart. Recall, or just be mindful of the fact that the purpose of that notice provision is to make sure people know to come here, that there's a hearing, what the hearing is going to be about. So if you want specifics on where the signs were posted, I'm going to defer to the applicant on that, because that's really, the onus is on them. They actually mail the letters too, but the letters are generated based on a planning tool that we heavily rely on in making sure that we have notice when it comes to zoning, which we're required by law to do. So that's the tool we use for that. But for signage, you need to speak to the applicant.
Let's go ahead and clarify that, if you would, please.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity. So I asked Reagan Smith to prepare a portfolio of the public notice requirements and the steps that they took to notify the public. And so there were 96 public notices mailed for your prior meeting, which was August 1st. There were also 5 signs placed along Coley Davis Road and at the beginning of the Greenway. That was deferred in order to broaden the public notice, which was which was done. 720 public notices were mailed on August 19. 8 additional signs were put up on that same date, and we put up a 9th sign on Morton Mill Road 8 days ago. So we want to submit this for the record, and we have all of the mailing, copies of the mailing envelopes that went out, as well as the spreadsheet of every person that was notified, including some of the entities. I'm just now I'm not able to find Harpeth Crest here very quickly, but Mr. Devin Schultz, who just spoke, complaining about lack of notice, clearly received a copy of the notice. So it's in here. So I'd like to make that part of the record. Happy to answer any questions on that.
For the record, I think I want to go ahead and make Exhibit A the Cypress Brook PowerPoint, Exhibit B, presentation in opposition, Exhibit C, the collective letters in opposition, and Exhibit D would be the submittal of that list of notices.
Thank you. And one other issue was raised regarding the lack of ownership signature. One of the triangles is owned by Reese Smith. My client, Cypress Brook, has had that property under contract since May of last year, so over a year, and they're about to close on that acquisition. He's clearly supportive. He signed the application to rezone the property. He's under contract to sell it to my client. He knows it's going to be a greenway. It's not an issue. Regarding the HOA, which is the owner of this parcel 45, where the greenway easement exists, they're not going to sign anything. Okay, they're not going to sign anything. They previously sued our client in a case that was decided in Chancery Court back in May, a few months ago, 4 months ago, where they claimed that the developer did not have the right to access the property by way of Morton Mill Road. That decision was decided in favor of our client, Cypress Brook, and I want to make that part of the record as well. And if you're keeping track, should I number these exhibits?
The secretary would be numbering, but I have a feeling Logan, I don't want to speak for you, but if he would like to keep up with the numbering, or you, either way.
That would be great.
I'll let you number them later.
All right.
And just to back up for a second, Mr. Chairman, the very reason this is in front of you is because the Metro government, the Metro Council, rezoned the subject property and inserted 3 of many conditions. In fact, there's 15 conditions that were added as amendments to the legislation. But the first 3 is why we're here. The construction of the bridge from Coley-Davis Road to the subject site is a requirement of the first phase of development. The Harpeth River Greenway extension from the current terminus of the Morton Mill northern segment, which is on the HOA property, across the railroad and along the Harpeth River to the existing pedestrian bridge is a required improvement for this project. And then number 4, Coley-Davis Road shall be raised out of the 500-year floodplain and improved to the cross-section required by NDOT with the first phase of development. And as you all know, and I'd like to make that part of the record, and 2 more things just because the presentation in opposition was not complete. They referenced the subdivision plat for Harpeth Crest as well as the Harpeth Crest subdivision stormwater agreement. What's important about that information is this greenway was constructed by Metro. And the greenway that's there today was the very first greenway that Metro has ever had. Charlie Tigard, when he was a council member in Bellevue, initiated this back in the early 90s. It's the very first greenway, and it terminates abruptly without an extension. The plat that's referenced, this goes back to 2001, when the subdivision plat was created, and you saw a depiction of a part of it up there. The area we're talking about is classified as, quote, dedicated conservation, greenway, public access, trail easement area. And this is the area that the HOA does not want the greenway extended, period. They don't want it extended. And the length that we're talking about on that parcel is about 100 feet, 100 feet by 12 feet wide. What's important here is your regulations, and again, I'll make these items for the record, if I can just submit those to someone for the record.
Yes.
Section 15.64.170, development within floodways that you're very familiar with. You heard much deliberation by you all on the prior case. The Stormwater Division, forget about you all for a second, but the Stormwater Division is authorized to allow the following types of features provided they're designed and engineered to have no adverse impact. Paths and hiking trails, okay, greenway. Water-related features such as bridges, public infrastructure installed by or for the benefit of the metropolitan government. My client is installing the greenway on behalf of the metro government, so we want to be clear about that. We're doing that on behalf of Metro. That's the Metro Code of Laws. When you turn to your regulations, Stormwater Management Manual, Table 6.3 is addressing the permissible buffer impacts with conditions. Trails no wider than 5 feet may be approved by staff. Metro Parks wants a 12-foot wide greenway path.
Can I ask what the width is of the current path? I'm sorry to interrupt you.
12 foot.
The existing is 12 feet?
No. Oh, the existing? I don't know.
It's 8 feet
Ms.
based
Harrison,
off
can you
of the
answer that,
records
or-
that were submitted.
Or David?
And
I assume it's 10 feet, but I
Okay.
didn't build that myself, so.
Is the increase in width, that's a Metro Parks requirement? Is that a new standard?
Our new standard is actually 14 feet, but considering just all the things with this project, we agreed to 12.
Okay.
I do have a question. I want to make sure, so are you stating there currently is an easement on the property that is located, or on the Harpeth Crest Homeowners Association property that would allow, that moves through where you all are asking to extend?
Yes, ma'am.
So there is an easement in place?
Absolutely.
Okay.
That's right. So again, on the trail, the only reason we're here and asking this commission to approve this trail is because of that extra width of 7 feet. That's what's bringing us in front of this body. That other table, again, permissible buffer impacts with conditions, road and driveway crossings, where there's no feasible alternative and at least 1,000 feet between crossings. Currently, there's a greenway trail crossing which you saw on the slide a little bit ago. It's less than 1,000 feet. And so that's why we're here. And then related to that is the crossing shall be perpendicular to the stream. What you heard was the road that's crossing the river is absolutely perpendicular to Coley Davis Road, because that's what NDOT requires, streets that intersect at right angles. But when it gets extended across the river's curving in that area. So that particular tilt or angle is more than 15 degrees, not much more, but it's more than the 15 degrees. That's the other reason that we're here in front of you. So with those two provisions, there's argument that they haven't proved hardship, physical hardship. I think there's a confusion between the physical hardship standard and someone going before the Board of Zoning Appeals, which has to be argued based on unique property, topographic features, extraordinary extraneous situations. The standard here.
And I don't mean to cut you off, but I want to kind of focus on the notice and whether we have a valid application in front of us for this hearing before we start going into the actual merits of the variance request. For us, we have a lot of things that we got to work through, so I don't want to get too sidetracked. But one other question, now that I kind of know that easement is in place, because one of the questions I had to ask, or I wanted to ask, so it sounds like you all are making a request to, that is obviously within the floodway for the Greenway extension that is on property that is not owned by Cypress Brook. Is that correct?
That's correct.
In the legal grounds you're making such requests is because there's currently an easement in place with Metro Nashville that would allow, and that easement goes through the pathway that you all are requesting where the Greenway extension would take place.
That's correct. If we don't build it, Metro will have to build it. And listen, your denial of these put us in a pickle regarding what Metro Council's required on the zoning bill. Your denial of this would force us back to the Metro Council to say the Stormwater wouldn't approve the variances necessary to build these 3 features. We need you, Metro Council, to remove these conditions of approval from the legislation. My client is building these things because, frankly, they're going to access to the development site. But the greenways are a benefit for their residents. The greenways not only benefit the community at large, they also are attractive for someone trying to trying to rent or sell a unit.
So I'd like to go through the procedure, and I'd like to kind of channel this into a step-by-step approach, because we do have various components here to discuss individually as part of a motion that either accepts all of them or a part of them or none of them. Mr. Simpson, do you feel you have anything else to discuss related to the notice issue?
No. I mean, and I will say, based off of what I heard today, I do believe that we have a valid application in front of us, and that, you know, based off of the regulations and kind of, so I do think that there was sufficient notice for us to hear this today based off of what I've heard and the questions I had regarding why the applicant didn't provide certain landowners per se on the application.
Yeah.
That then helped me with that analysis. I don't have the same concerns. I'm happy to take a vote on that, because I know that there was that sort of, I guess, opposition to even having this meeting today based off of the notice and application.
Well, I mean, could Metro Legal make that confirmation for us if the
They already
applicant, right, but just for the record now?
What?
That the applicant issued sufficient notice
No,
for
I
this
can't make
case.
that call for you. That's your call to make.
Okay.
I think that you take the testimony that you have before you, you take the comments by staff, you have a collective exhibit, and you have, you have to use what you have. I can't make that call.
And I will say, we've received more feedback on this case than most others in the recent history. I know it's been a pressing case for some time. There's been a lot of talk about it. This case actually was deferred because of the notice issue, and I appreciate the applicant providing the information of what changed related to mailers and signage from the original August meeting to now. So that was helpful. Is there anything else? Yep.
Yeah, so we've addressed the notice. One of the concerns I have is about the representation of the land ownership related to the property and the development. The applicant mentioned that a portion of the property is under contract, but that contract is not actually resolved, and they don't own that property, yet they do not have a signature from that property owner. And that is a concern for me, because things happen unless you have a clear contract and deed that you own that property. I am a little bit concerned about that. Also, do we have documentation that, the easement is where do we have visuals on the easement that can be pulled up? And do we have any documentation in writing from Metro Parks and Greenways that they intend for the easement to be used for this additional greenway extension, those things, because I'm not a lawyer, but I know without something being officially signed and transferred ownership, that is a real concern of mine when you're asking to do development or work on the land that you don't outright own. So that is a second issue that I'd like to be addressed.
One additional thing to add to that would be how the two easements, from what I understand, there's a stormwater easement that travels parallel to the CSX rail line where the greenway currently stops, and how do those two easements, I guess, relate or work with each other? I think that would be something we would need some feedback on, if that understanding is correct.
So I've got a little bit of clarification on when the easement for the Harpeth Crest was given. That was a condition of their original variance. It actually came before this board in 2001, and it was a condition that they get that easement dedicated for the greenway.
So yeah, I mean, I can't speak to ownership of the property. That's obviously beyond my purview as well. But we have looked at this easement. It is a conservation easement that was given in favor of the Metro Parks Department. We have taken the position that the developer should have the right to connect if Metro agrees that they can connect to that easement, because it's our easement or walking trail. You have parks representatives here that you can take testimony for, that the intention is to have a connection to the trailway, if that would make you feel more comfortable. But as far as the ownership of the actual parcel, That I cannot speak to. I can tell you, though, that it is often the case that there is a contract for property that's contingent on moving some of this forward, right? This is not an unusual situation where you're under contract for something, but if it all fails, then they probably won't buy it. What you need to, I don't normally think that we have conditions that require that more verification than what's usually required in that circumstance, but I can tell you that's not uncommon in the planning context, or, this is how this all originated, because the deal is, and I can't speak to their deal, but the deal is probably, we won't buy it if it doesn't go through. I don't know. But that's why there's usually like a major contingency in the deal.
Right. My concern is we don't have anything representing that other property owner and like a commitment that they're going to follow through on those things beyond there's a contract under.
They're not on the application right now, if I understood your explanation correctly.
Correct. They're not signed. My intent was to close on the land before this meeting, but we're still working through some of the documentation with the seller. But he is on the planning, the SP application. He did sign on to that, which shows clearly where we are routing this greenway. And, he just, we're, as legal alluded to, we do have a clause in the contract that technically we don't have to close until we get final SP approval, and final SP approval won't come until matters such as this one are resolved.
I'd say that it's a condition the connection be made if we approve this. And so really, they're just in a bad spot. If he could triple their price, then they have no choice.
Yeah. And I also think if we move forward, and there is a vote on this to grant any variance, there could be a condition that we need written approval by that landowner that they agree with the variance itself. But as our legal counsel has alluded to, this isn't uncommon in real estate deals from my experience as well. But I did want to make sure that we touch base on those based off of the written material that was submitted in opposition.
Folks, I'm sorry to bring this up, but I'd like to make a motion for another quick restroom break. If you would mind, give me a couple minutes. We'll put a pin in this conversation and be right back. And Logan, in the meantime, is going to check and make sure that this room is available. I feel like we're going to go beyond the next 30 minutes. This meeting officially ends at noon, so we want to check and make sure that we've got room availability. So we'll be back in a couple minutes. The September 5th Stormwater Management Commission to order, and take a personal note to have one cappuccino, not two, in the morning, so that'll help the process move faster. All right. Resuming where we are still confirming that we are still trying to confirm that we have the room beyond 12 o'clock. BZA is scheduled to start at 12, so once we get that notice from legal, if it's going to happen or not, we'll let you know. But in the meantime, I'd like to resume and maybe start to channel this back into the application. I think we've resolved, Ms. Simpson, that your two items.
Yeah, I think so. But one other thing, I think because I probably jumped into it, we didn't give the applicant the rebuttal time as well. So that's something that we need to make sure that we give them the additional time that they had allocated. I'll leave it to the chairperson. I raised those concerns as concerns based off of what I've heard. I think that we do have a valid application in front of us that we could hear today, but I'm happy to handle that in however you want, whether a motion would be more appropriate. But the concerns that I had discussed, I think that I am okay with it. I just don't know how the rest. So how about this? I would move that based on the deliberations that we've had, that we do have a valid application in front of us for this September 5th hearing for the Ariza variance request.
Okay, we have a motion. Thank you for offering that. Is there a second? Second. Seconded by Mr. Fulmer. Any other discussion? Okay, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Seeing none and no abstentions, motion carries. Okay, thank you for formalizing that. All right. I'd like to just follow the order in which the variance components exist, and we'll have some back and forth that'll tie back to the discussion we just had. To go back to Commissioner Simpson's request about rebuttal, does the applicant have anything that they'd like to add at this point related to the comments from the public that were just delivered? And I'll give you 2 minutes to.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Sure.
BZA is canceled, by the way.
Oh, great.
ITS, BZA is canceled. It was supposed to be for 1 o'clock, so.
That's a first in a long time, I would presume. Yeah. Okay.
Order the pizza.
Yeah.
Thank you. Appreciate the opportunity to get back onto the rebuttal aspect of this. What's important is everything that's in front of you is supposed to be demonstrated by competent engineering. That's what your standard of review is. There was no testimony from an engineer at the lectern in front of you today. There's a lot of material submitted, a lot of concern, a lot of opposition that frankly, again, goes back to the zoning of the property, which was adamantly opposed 2 years ago. But Metro Council approved that last summer. And we've now filed for the record that council bill. I was commenting earlier on the exceptional hardship piece of this. And the language, again, is not the type of hardship that goes with a Board of Zoning Appeals variance. The language in your stormwater regulation says failure to grant the variance would result in exceptional hardship. The result of exceptional hardship here is on the public, not on the developer. My client would love to not have to spend the money and go through this headache to build that greenway. Obviously, they've got to build the road, widen Coley Davis Road and build a bridge to get to their property. But if we're chipping at these one at a time and the HOA opposes the greenway extension for 100 feet at the corner of their property, if we could get relief from that, we would love that. Metro could build that piece of it, but that's not what we bargained for. I mean, we know what we bargained for and we know what's required of us. And so that's what's in front of you. Again, failure to grant the variance would result in exceptional hardship on the public, not our client Cypress Brook. And again, competent engineering analysis, and I don't need all 2 minutes, Mr. Chairman, I appreciate that, but you've got the engineers here. And I would beg you to ask questions of Mr. Ralston in any respect relative to this project. You're going to get the kinds of answers that you deserve. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
I've got a question along those lines, and by no way am I accusing anybody of being incompetent, but I just had to ask the question, is this a preliminary or final? Because there's not a single grade line along Coley Davis. We don't know how much fill is being put in the 500-year floodplain. I was curious if the Harpeth River is one of the studied rivers and upcoming maps. You know, I know where they were in the buffer, but what, like, we just have hatches that say, hey, we're disturbing this. It's like, well, how much? If this is a final, these are supposed to be the construction plans. And so how much, is there uncompensated fill or not from the bridge? There's just a lot of details that I'm not seeing.
I know that the Harpeth River is under additional study by the Corps of Engineers, but it's being sponsored through the Williamson County portion of this. So it's not a project that we're essentially underwriting. We're not engaged in the cost of that study. But at some point in the future, there may be some adjustments to the map based on the modeling they're doing upstream. So I don't have any real sense of impact. And
So can the applicant respond to the contours and?
So the roadway plans have been submitted as part of an NDOT review. We have elevations. The elevation of Coley Davis basically stays flat. It's not going to have curbing or anything like that, so the water will just freely drain as it does today. And the elevation is 563 and a half is what we set it at based on the 500-year storm and going through everything. So it stays there and it ties in on either end and goes up. So the 500-year water will be contained. The modeling, I'll just state, if you go through FEMA regulations, the road itself doesn't qualify as a levee. And so you'll see that the mapping shows the water going on all sides, and that has to do with the cross culvert at I-40. So water does back up over there. So the mapping in and of itself is being changed per our conversations with Metro Water because it was lacking in detail. There wasn't the pedestrian bridge in the effective model. So if we go back in time, we have talked to FEMA, we have talked to Metro Water Services, we have received the most current effective model that we have, and we have modeled everything in there. And I can state that the effective elevations that are in the FIS are higher than the proposed elevations when we're all done. However, a clomer and a loamer has to be done to update the mapping to get it to the standard that FEMA would require.
So the two questions I have is, in essence, the initial study, it was claimed that it showed a rise, slight rise, but you're saying that the model was inaccurate. So it might show a rise, but that's relative to an inaccurate model?
That's correct. And just to kind of step through, you probably all know this. I know that a lot of you are engineers here or landscape architects or deal with this all the time. So you have the effective model, and that is what is received. And then you correct that based on topography. And then you correct that again based on existing elements. So if there's something man-made that was missing or inaccurately shown, you have to update that. So numbers through this process change, but in the end, the proposed, when those numbers are compared to the effective, are lower.
So if you could just answer this really quick, because this is really important based off of what you were saying, and respond with a yes or no answer, and I will give you time to clarify that. So I'll give you sufficient time, so I don't want you to think I'm being unfair with this, but you're asking for 2 variance requests in the floodway. And so the question is, does the requested variance associated with the bridge and greenway in the floodway increase the flood levels during the base flood discharge? Yes or no?
No.
And what evidence have you presented to the commission to show that?
Wait, that's not a yes or no.
Well, that's a great. But so what evidence are you all presenting to the commissioner? So feel free. What are you showing us that to back up your answer? Because what I do have in front of me is a memo dated January 23rd, 2023 from Vinesh and a professional engineer saying that it would increase. So what other documents are you all presenting today?
So we've been in contact with Metro Water. We've gone through all the specific processes, and we've developed the Clomer submittal and turned that into FEMA. I can submit all of that, but
that's not in front of us today, correct? No. Okay.
Along those lines, during the presentation, there was a mention of a layer of map change that you all were working on, but we don't have that either. And your proposed plan shows an adjustment in the floodplain, I think zone 1. I'd have to go back and look. But we don't have that information in front of us either. So those would be important to help with the consideration.
The other question, the second question I was mentioning I had too was, is there uncompensating fill being placed in the 100-year floodplain with the elevation of Coley Davis?
No.
And then is any bridge structure, pier supports, anything like that, is that fill offset on site within the 100-year?
Yes.
Can Metro staff, Roger, can you speak to the Clomer or?
So we do have a hydraulic and hydraulics report that was prepared by Banesh and submitted as part of this project. And Commissioner Simpson, you referenced a memo. Mm-hmm. There's a almost like identical memo dated March the 15th of 2023 that I think essentially has the same conclusions. It talks about a rise. It talks about a rise associated with the new bridge, but it's a 0.03 foot
That's
rise.
Exactly what I read in the memo. So
that's comparing, I'm sorry, go ahead, Roger.
Go ahead.
So that's comparing existing, right? So as we stepped through the models, existing to proposed, but if you just had effective, so what FEMA has today, that elevation that they show is higher than what we show in the end.
Has FEMA accepted your model?
No, it's in review.
It's in review, and that's typically the procedure. I sign off on a community acknowledgement form because the level of review that's performed by FEMA and their contractor in Atlanta is far more arduous than what we would do here.
Right.
So we typically rely on that.
So my concern is we can't go with what is proposed. We need to go with the effective until FEMA has accepted a proposed model.
Yeah, I'm not sure I know the answer to that. I mean,
Well,
the
if FEMA
conclusion of
hasn't
this, the
accepted.
concluding statement is this: it refers to a 0.03 foot difference that's resolved 400 feet upstream, and it's all in the bend from the new bridge around through the soccer field. That's the total area of impact of this. And I broke out my calculator and I figured out that 0.03 feet is about a third of an inch. And quite honestly, the profile maps that we use to regulate to base flood elevation, when we establish a required elevation of a structure and you go to FEMA's profile, the flood insurance study profile maps, 0.03 feet is less than the width of a pencil line on the profile map. So it's not even something that's discernible when you use the FEMA documents to regulate the height of a structure. There's other reference to the 500-year flood elevation, which appears to be a little higher, which was a little bit of a surprise to me, because when we talk about the impact at the 500-year flood elevation, we're talking about we're out of the channel and we're through the shallow part of the floodplain, and then we're out into that 500-year impact level. And it would seem that because you're spreading the water surface a lot more, that the impact would be less. But I'm not. You may want to address that if you can, or.
Yeah. So with regard to the proposed, we're raising Coley Davis out of the 500. So you're putting more fill in the 500-year floodplain.
Okay.
So therefore, we would anticipate seeing a small rise there.
And my concern is I'm following our stormwater management manual, and my reading of section F1.1.1.3 subsection 3 and you are asking for a variance in the floodway, and it's very clear, it says variance shall not be issued within any designated floodway if any increase in flood levels during the base flood discharge would result. So if there is an increase, I cannot grant you a variance, is my reading of our manual. What I have before me is a memo that was done by an engineer that you all hired, that says there is, even if it's a small one. I read that as being limiting to what I can do as I sit here today in granting a variance.
It was done by me, like,
Oh, okay,
I accept that, yeah,
Sorry,
no,
okay, yeah.
that's fine, we can call it, you know. And so, I
But
think.
that's 500-year increase, not 100-year.
No, it was
And-
100-year at .03.
Yeah, and so, and once again, it comes down to where we're considering the base flood. So today, the base flood is set by FEMA, right? And so we stepped through the model. That .03 is this conservative approach that between existing and proposed, not between effective and proposed. I know it's very nuanced. This all comes down to very nuanced language. But between what the mapping shows today and what it will be in the future, that elevation isn't going to change. So the .03 is a step, an interval of the modeling.
And is that if FEMA agrees with you?
Is that if FEMA
Well,
agrees with me? FEMA's going to have to change the map no matter what, because there's elements that are not shown correctly today in the modeling. Yeah, like I had said, he just reminded me, the pedestrian bridge isn't in the model today. That was never put in there. And so.
So when you put that in, is there an increase?
Yes.
No, I mean, like once you add that to what you're proposing, is there an increase? What I think I've understood is the maps as they are today to after this project is built, there's a .03 increase.
No.
That's not correct.
Right, the maps as they are today and how they will be, that elevation will be the same. There won't be a .03 increase. And that's why I say it's very nuanced.
But once you calibrate the map, there is an increase. Once you correct the map, is there an increase after your project's built?
No.
So I'm hearing different things.
Once you correct the map for the pedestrian bridge, before you add in your project elements, there's a .03 change in it. Is that what you're saying? Before, because you have to add in the pedestrian bridge, it's not there.
Yeah. If you correct the model and the
Yes.
model's correct, and then you build your project, is there an increase?
Yes. But there's not from the effective mapping. The effective mapping is more conservative. Is that the word?
I've got someone shaking their head if you would like to involve them in the discussion too.
And it's okay to add another person to your panel if they would introduce themselves as part of their team, and if that's an easier explanation, we're happy to have you. If you wouldn't mind pressing the red.
Hi there, Laura Jones, representing Reagan Smith and Cypress Brooks. Let's walk through the flood study with you because it is a little bit complicated because of the existing conditions not matching the FEMA study.
That's correct. So, and I guess where we're getting tied up slightly is in the nuance of what the effective model is. So the effective model is what is in the maps today, what's shown in the FIS document. And so as you walk through the steps, if you add in topography, you have changes in elevations. And then as you add in man-made features, you have changes in elevations. And then as you add in our proposed, you have changes in elevations. They don't stay stagnant. But what I can say is that the effective elevations that are out there today are higher than what they will be in the future. Now, there are changes that go up and down depending on which model you're in.
So I'm seeing it as effective map is incorrect. So when you correct the effective map, that's what I want to use as my benchmark.
Okay.
From my perspective.
Yeah.
So when you go from that to after your project's built, Does it increase flooding or no?
Increase elevation in the water surface elevation?
Yes.
It does, but that still won't affect the mapping elevation. That's what I'm trying to say, like that it doesn't increase the mapping elevation.
So what's the date of the flood insurance study?
It's 2017. Well, the mapping, I should say.
April 5th, 2017.
Yeah.
So I think what he's trying to say is that
I'm so sorry.
you have
This is
multiple
complicated.
different models
yeah.
that you go through. I think we've gathered that. Effective is what FEMA gives you. Duplicate effective.
That's the baseline
Yes.
of what is record and legally binding.
Yes. Duplicate effective would be running the same thing on your own machine. So that's what they'll teach you in any kind of floodway encroachment class. Then you would go to a corrected effective, I believe, would be non-man-made changes to the stream that have been done.
Based on just natural.
Better survey.
changes, Better information,
Yes.
data. that goes
Erosion,
into
blah,
the
blah, blah,
model.
blah.
Yes.
Then you go to an existing model that would be the site as is with the pedestrian bridge included. And then they would do a proposed model, which would include their proposal.
So I think the real question is, even if the effective is incorrect, it's been corrected, ultimately, the bottom line question is, with the corrections to bring the existing effective mapping for the flood elevation, floodways, buffers, all of that, to current status of the site and the topography in the area. Under that, with your proposed development, would there be a change in the water surface elevation?
That's right. Yeah. The water surface elevation goes down after the project is built.
From the existing FEMA model, which is the standard.
Effective, standard elevation.
And that's the project with all components.
Correct.
The road, the bridge, and then also the mitigating cut on site. So
Yes.
the mitigating cut on site's not gonna change, so if any of the other things change, it would have no adverse impact to that statement.
So my question, circling back, was has FEMA accepted and approved your corrected model?
They don't do it that way. So
Right.
it all comes in as an application, as a clomer that
Yes.
includes everything, and that is under review currently.
Right. So without FEMA's acceptance and approval of that, we have to make our decision based on the effective model as it stands as legal and binding for where the floodway is and the elevation and those things.
So the study is what changes what's currently the effective model. So if I understand what you're asking, during the clomer process, where the application is showing that the pedestrian bridge, all of the improvements, and the water surface elevation is dropping, and FEMA has an opportunity to comment, provide feedback, make changes. That study and that new effective map has not been approved yet. When it is approved, it will be a conditional approval. Then it will have to be built. There will not be a new effective map until the project is completed. And the new effective map will show water surface elevation less than the current effective map.
That's all correct.
But the current information before us is indicating that slight rise because there isn't any information that says otherwise in the information you have before you or that's been submitted to us. Is that correct?
We can submit the clomer application to you that shows that the water surface elevation drops. Apologize that wasn't included as part of this application. The plans and the information that you have, there is no temporary increase in elevation. I think that seems to be a question. Is there some sort of intermittent increase in elevation? And that's not the case. But we can submit that clomer, and it may be that we might need to defer that part of the application until you guys have an opportunity to review the Clomer application and proceed with the other portions of the variance that do not depend on that Clomer.
You know, historically, we like to see state permits come in, but we've also had times that we conditionally approve it. And so I think that there's probably a mechanism. Our panel, I don't think needs to be flipping through the pages of the Clomer. We need to rely on FEMA.
Okay. So.
And so but I would want FEMA to confirm.
Right, so we would definitely make that a condition of approval, is that the application is accepted, that we get the conditional letter of amendment, and that it does not show a water surface elevation.
Well, one of our conditions for a variance, and so this would be any variance, floodway or buffer, we have to make a determination that the granting of a variance will not result in increased flood heights.
Right, and
So-
so you could make a condition.
No, we have to make a determination that that's, I don't read
Oh,
that
I
as
see.
that being a condition that we can add in my reading of my interpretation of the manual. That's where I have some concern.
And I didn't want us to belabor Clomer or not and those things, but it does lend towards that of, we have no documentation in front of us that shows that there's no rise in flood heights with the proposed development. And short of having documentation that demonstrates that there will be no rise, when we do have documentation that speaks to this 0.03 inch potential rise, that kind of binds us in what we can do, because without documentation proving there's no rise, then we are bound to those rules.
And I will tell you, I don't feel like I can make a determination on my own without any, that's something that I would never feel comfortable as a commissioner without the additional information that we had been discussing today in this meeting.
Do you have an idea of when you'll receive that back from FEMA?
It's gonna be at least 6 months. I mean, FEMA's a slow rolling train.
Okay.
Now, we could submit the application to you for your review.
Do you have an idea of what the anticipated drop would be? I think you said that it's currently showing a 300th of a foot. That's 5/16 of an inch or something.
Sorry, flipping pages. Dry fingers.
So while you're looking, I don't think we need the Clomer, but we do need something demonstrating that there's been an analysis that shows that there will be no net increase in the water surface elevation due to the proposed development. And I think that's the part we're missing, is there's nothing actually showing that to give us reasonable consideration.
All I have is, and again, it is complex. I am not an engineer, but what I do have is the memos that seem to indicate otherwise in my current record.
And so, to answer the first question about the drop, it's variable, right? It continues to move. I see a max drop of about 6 inches, so 0.5 feet. And then, you know, if you were to do some type of an average, it would be along the lines of 0.2 to 0.3 feet drop is what we're seeing. And then, I apologize, what was the second piece was about the memo that you have in front of you. And I think for transparency's sake, what we were trying to do is show and detail existing versus proposed. And that's where you were seeing that there was a change, but existing isn't effective. And so many times we were asked, you know, is there a rise, is there a rise, is there a rise? And I really wanted to be open and honest that, you know, depending on what model you're looking at, yes, absolutely, there is a difference in elevation that goes up between existing and proposed. But between effective, which is what FEMA acknowledges, and proposed, there is not. And that is it's hard to describe here, it's hard to describe in other settings.
That's backwards from what I thought you were saying a minute ago. I mean, you're saying the effective is wrong.
Right, but it's more conservative, right? It's saying.
And so there's not a rise from that, but there is a rise once you correct the effective?
Once you put everything in, there's a difference, yes, absolutely, but based on mapping standards and insurance, no one's going to be impacted, right? Because FEMA is setting insurance standards.
But you said it goes down 6 inches once you calibrate it, but then you're saying it goes up.
No.
I'm
sorry.
Yeah, it's just, I feel like you keep, maybe we're not using the same language referring to which models, or,
and my apologies. My apologies if I'm doing a poor job. I really am not trying to do a poor job. That's not my position
here. What you're trying to say is you correct the model and then you build your project and it goes down.
When you correct the model and you build your project,
from effective, not from corrected. So.
But everything is relative to what is mapped today, and I think that's where I have a hard time explaining that. And so my apologies again if I am making this very convoluted.
Right.
So, but from what is mapped today to what will be mapped in the future based on this project, the water surface elevation goes down.
So, I am an engineer and I've done flood modeling. I'm thinking a simple solution to present this information is, here is the baseline, which is the effective, and the, as of 2017, and then it could be simplified in a table of, scenario 1 is corrected, and here is, the models used, or what's changed in that model, the conditions that are applicable, increase impervious surface, change in elevation in certain areas, improved data, XYZ, what has changed from the effective to scenario 1, which is the corrected effective, and what the net rise would be for the site, and look the area under consideration. Scenario 2 is, here's the other model scenario, representation.
We have tables, and we can prepare that and put that together so that you can just see very simply. So
and ultimately, the proposed corrected, what the net rise would or wouldn't be, and the water surface elevation. I think that is missing from this project to help us make a determination that to fully consider all the aspects of these different points of the variance.
Sure. So my apologies that you didn't have that and it wasn't easy to read. So.
Well, given that it's complicated, I think for us, the more information you can provide, the better.
Sure.
And communicating that very clearly in a table of what the difference is between effective, corrected, proposed would be beneficial to look at whether there truly is a net rise.
Absolutely.
Sure.
Yes, please.
Just from the perspective of staff consideration of these models, the effective model, when you start a stream modeling exercise, you request from FEMA a copy of the effective model. And FEMA sends it back, and it's based, the 2017 maps are the most current maps that cover the Harpeth River. And that's a set of maps that was developed post-2010 flood. It was actually a map, the previous maps dated back to 2001. So there was a lot of updating of the model. A lot of updating of the model, but also incorporated into that model was the first big round of LIDAR data that we started flying after the 2010 flood, and our ITS department began flying LIDAR, and that's what provides, it's the LIDAR data that provides the topographic information in a model. So that 2017 model is based on recent decade of topographic information based on that LIDAR. And that's not to say that when the Corps of Engineers sets out to create a model that, for example, starts downstream of Franklin, Tennessee, and runs all the way up. There's, like in Franklin, there's 800 square miles of drainage basin in the Harpeth River, at the Highway 100 bridge in Bellevue, there's 400 square miles of drainage basin in the Harpeth River, and it, diminishes as you go down closer. But so the Corps doesn't do extensively detailed studies, taking every bridge cross-section, every beam cross-section, things like that, unless there's a project that is underway like this, in which case there might be a more extensive evaluation done. We did that, for example, in Sugar Tree Creek. When we were modeling the flow of Sugar Tree around the YMCA and the Green Hills Mall, and they did much more detailed evaluation. Well, that may result in a change in the map. It may result in just a detailed memo that changes some details about the map. But so it's a process. It's a very complex process when you start considering starting with effective maps and then doing duplicate effective maps, and then corrected effective maps, and then it's almost more than I can understand. Maybe it is more than I can understand. But and then the other thing that I don't fully understand, the pedestrian bridge is upstream, maybe halfway before you get to the railroad bridge.
The pedestrian bridge is upstream of the bridge that's going to connect to the property?
Right.
Yes.
It's kind of halfway between where Coley Davis is and when you get down to the, so this memo says that the impact to the 100-year flood occurs between the location of the new bridge and essentially the soccer field. It's just kind of around that bend.
Right.
It doesn't extend all the way up to where the pedestrian bridge is or the railroad bridge below that. So I don't fully understand how all that plays in, because this, the area that's defined as being affected here doesn't include the pedestrian bridge. So it's not to say that any explanation or description of this process needs to be at a very simple level for all of us. And so I just want to say that we don't want to assume that the model and the maps that we presently use are wrong because they don't have topography or the pedestrian bridge, because as I've just stated, neither one of those things really comes into play with the maps we have at this point. So.
And Mr. Lindsay, is it a true statement that the current maps as they are a more conservative approach to modeling the stream?
I don't know if conservative. I mean, it's a standard model that they would run on a river like this. Now, and I already mentioned earlier that there are questions about flow between like Franklin and Bellevue, and the Corps of Engineers is evaluating that right now. They're doing some tweaking to that model. So it's the Corps continuously works on updating, upgrading models. We have a contract with the Corps. We've spent probably $5 million on modeling cost in the last 15 years or more. We're constantly, I mean, we just in June issued 18 new map panels that capture a bunch of tributaries that had never been modeled or mapped before. We did the same thing 2 years before that. There were 60 new map panels that we released. So we're constantly updating and upgrading ours. We haven't done anything to the Harpeth River in recent years. So the 2017 maps is the best thing we got.
So this issue impacts essentially the entire case. I mean, it's related to variance number 1, variance number 3, variance number 4, I believe, Coley Davis, right?
Yeah, I mean, the modeling obviously is going to come into effect, I think, for all of them. I don't think anyone would state otherwise.
So Logan, that this body has done in the past with good information, conditional approvals prior to receiving federal or state permits in hand, but the information has got to be good in front of us in order to substantiate that conditional approval or denial. Is that a true statement that we have done that before? I think
I believe so, yes.
Been on this body long enough for that to happen a couple times. So I guess where we're heading is, what I'm hearing is a potential deferral in order to develop this document that Commissioner Camp has really done a good job of outlining what would be helpful with the table and the extents of, as Mitchell Lindsay had noted, the impact on the site and where that occurs in the bend. I think that's going to do a lot of good for the community as well in demonstrating that objectively. And so I think that's probably where this case is headed, unless there's some additional comments that we need to add.
I brought that up because I think that stops my determination there. Even with that, I do not believe, from what I've seen, that there is exceptional hardship based off of the grounds that have been brought before us. So that would be one thing that I would be looking at based on our manual. I think that would prevent me from granting a variance. One, on the floodway, there's two different, you have the floodway that you're looking at, so that's part of our manual, then you're looking at the additional conditions for variances under that subpart 4. But even with that, based on the exceptional hardship that they have presented, my review of the precision case, I do not see it as an exceptional hardship because this parcel can be developed in other ways. They're just saying it can't be developed in the way that they want to develop it, or what Metro Planning or other bodies of Metro have granted them the authority and the ability. I don't see that as an exceptional hardship based on my review of the appellate case.
And we have had cases before where there's a public benefit component to it, that if they're seeking a variance for something and they're offering a public benefit, in this case, I think there's 3 components to that we handle that through this body. That's what, so the guidelines say that one thing, but I think this body is developed in order to provide some conversation and judgment based on what's being offered for that impact. But the one thing I would add is that the development itself, the apartments itself, is there any I didn't see it, but none of the apartment development has any impact to the floodplain or buffers? It's all within the...
That is correct. The variance request is for the Greenway Trail, the floodway signage, the bridge, and the elevation of Coley Davis. So the actual development is not requesting a variance. Of course, these items are associated with the common plan of development. Let's be clear about that, but it's not for the development.
It's really Coley Davis and the bridge, because if they build 5 feet instead of 12 feet, no variance.
Right.
And then signs, you can just put more signs that have less value. Little stream buffer signs.
So that's what I'm trying to do internally also is to look at what's being asked of us, what's being presented. They're all public infrastructure components. Yes, they are tied to achieving the SP that planning has offered you, but as part of what we look at the variances that are being requested, and in this case, they're technically don't have anything to do with disturbance of the buffers or the floodway based on the development.
Really, it's the bridge, and the angle of the bridge is the biggest one in my mind. And what I'd be very interested in is alternative. We haven't seen any kind of alternative site plan, but
because the reason that the roadway is being improved, if we're considering that a public good, is to access the site because of what has been approved from a zoning standpoint to get there. So,
does the traffic study require the road to be widened, or is it just elevating it because you said that you would elevate it for the public welfare?
Just to be clear, that the bridge also provides access to the Metro Park property, which doesn't currently have access.
Right. I think we're mentioning all these just to provide you a little bit of context for when you come back, assuming that you want to defer, because I don't know if we can take action without documentation that the floodwaters don't rise.
You can take action because they're supposed to they're supposed to be coming to us, providing that information for us to make an informed decision. If they haven't provided that, you still can make a determination. It would be, but if we don't have sufficient evidence, yes.
Yeah, trying to offer a due process, because this is an opportunity also for the applicant to satisfy the concerns of the public in an objective way through data. I think that would go a long way for this case, whereas if we voted, I don't think it would be in favor currently right now. So I'd like to give the applicant an opportunity to do that as it relates to satisfying all of the feedback that we've been getting, because I do want both sides to be heard and taken care of. So, are there any other conditional or other feedback that we need to have the applicant ensure they focus on?
I would second Mr. Fulmer's suggestion on the alternate site plan, because the variances, the argument for hardship is there is no way to, develop this site potentially without these additional connections and the amenities of the greenway and those things, and that may be a condition placed by council or planning, but given what Commissioner Simpson has said, these in itself or standalone really don't represent a hardship. They do represent public benefit for encroaching on the buffer zone, but there's no hardship presented that says these are necessary and the site doesn't allow for other options and alternatives of access and those things. So it would be great to see an alternative plan that maybe has, more benefit, less impact, or just say, here's the alternatives. Kind of getting back to what was said earlier, just because it's not what you want to do doesn't mean that the alternative is off the table.
Yeah, and I think just looking at, it was noted earlier that the access provides, or the proposed access provides access to that parkland. I mean, I think that's fine, but, there's a lot of parkland that doesn't have access all over it either, and is accessed by trails and those sorts of things. So I think you just need to make sure we're looking at it specifically related to this site. One thing I did want to mention too that I would like to understand is something I mentioned earlier, which is the stormwater easement and control measures that are south of the railroad line and that would be impacted with the Greenway connection, and understanding what the requirements are and how that would be addressed with that Greenway connection related to what the requirements of that easement are. I think I didn't really see much clarity on that, and based on what I understand those easements to be, I think it needs to be clear of how that works.
There's a big note on the plat for that property that just says it's greenway as access, but it'd be good to have that submitted.
Mr. Chairman, we can provide those details. I want to be clear though on the desire to have some alternative design, and I know you typically want to look for that from an applicant who's building a house and they've got some leeway in what type of house they put on the property. What is in front of you is a preliminary development plan that's already been approved by Metro Council. The alignment of the road, certainly the greenway can shift. It can be flexible in that respect, but that road is where that road can only be. And if you need to see more diagramming of that, the experts can do that. But what Metro Council has approved is a development plan that's tied to this property. It's the law of the land for that piece of property. The widening of Coley-Davis Road was not required by the traffic impact study. It was a concession because people at the end of Coley-Davis Road, there's about 1,000 homes, were concerned about being bogged down with traffic. So there's a turn lane. What's driving that widening is a turn lane to turn onto this bridge. So that comes closer.
So that would be helpful in a memo because we don't know that.
Yeah. And then finally, the raising of Coley-Davis Road is a condition of the site plan approval because it flooded back in 2010 and those folks were trapped. And so those are all the things that are being done here from a public improvement perspective, and we can clarify that. And so we think we can do that within 30 days.
And sometimes an alternative site plan triggers a better plan, and a lot of times there's not one included because there might not be a better plan. But it's on the checklist, and we're compelled to see, what does it do to the access? Does it minimize it? Right now, that's a weird bend. I mean, I was measuring it between 25 to 35 degrees, depending on how you measure it. I mean, it's somewhat subjective. So it's just helpful to understand what we're looking at, what we're approving, and then, if there's an appeal later, regardless of which direction that goes, it's helpful for the case to be bolstered, in the event it goes to another court.
And the alternate site plan is also, I think we were mostly concerned with the angle of the bridge. Is that, so a lot of times what we've done in this, well, what we've done before on cases that have requested a variance for a bridge angle is they've actually provided us a preliminary design of the bridge and the abutments. And last time I had staff provide some feedback as to what the context is for why it is a 90-degree and what, is behind that. Can staff help me explain that so we can have some ability to?
That would probably be NDOT providing some of the context on that 90 degrees.
The 90 degree needs to be where it hits Coley. It doesn't mean you can't change.
But I think the requirement was Metro Water Services for the stream crossing.
Coley, and then there's also as you cross streams.
Yes.
It's a good practice to not deviate more than 15. This one's on a weird beam. So it's challenging, but still it provides comfort that it might be the best solution.
Right.
As presented.
Because I think all I saw was a cross-section, and it'd be helpful to have just a preliminary layout of abutments and any intermediate piers, if there are any.
The impacts.
Yeah. Yep.
We can do that, and that's why we would request a deferral for 30 days to your next meeting to provide that information.
Okay.
Motion to defer.
All right, we have a motion. Is there a second? Any other discussion? Are there any other components that we need to have them consider? I want to make sure we.
I would absolutely encourage you all, as said earlier, to be creative and think about, you have multiple variance requests here. Are there any of these that could go away with an alternative design? If you were to get creative on, how you approach this, and consider the hardship that we are bound to rule on.
I'll second that. I think you have, just like our previous case with the gun club, you have such a large site. You have such great opportunity to make the condition of this bend better than it currently is, and I would seize the opportunity. I think that will go a long way with the neighborhood, as this is upstream from a lot of the feedback that we received. So I don't know the condition of the stream bank or any of those kind of things that we can do to help improve the quality of the Harpeth River around this development. That would, I think, go a long way. So, okay, with that, we've had a motion properly seconded. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
I'll oppose.
One opposed, Ms. Simpson. Any abstained? Okay, motion carries. All right, we'll see you all in a month or two. Okay, folks, that's the end of our caseload agenda. Logan, do we have any other items of business?
I just had a few points of clarification. I don't think we were able to really discuss this at the end of last meeting because we ran out of time. There were some notes that I took at the end of the July meeting for kind of follow-up items. One of those was the follow-up for Metro Legal about compensatory mitigation with Tom Cross.
Yes.
I don't know that we've...
I would love to take that moment, because I don't know if the commission knows, but Metro Legal worked with Metro Parks to develop an agreement on the Shelby Bottoms Golf Course to implement some of the mitigation that was needed to be done on the Homahundro expansion onto the Metro Parks property across the river. And so he created Metro Legal and Parks worked together to create a document describing that agreement. And I think that was the first collaboration between Water Services and Parks to get that done. So I hope that creates a model moving forward, and I'd love to have Mr. Cross come by and maybe someone from Parks maybe talk through that.
It's under construction too. I go by there often.
And it's under construction, one of the fastest deliveries for Metro. And I'm kidding. All right. Well, yep. Anything else?
Okay, other items I had were discussion again on the regulation changes that we've already discussed. I think we may need to make sure everybody's good with, and if you have comments, feel free to send them kind of outside the meeting. And then Brittany had requested an open discussion on what an exceptional hardship was. So we may need to have that at a later meeting.
Yeah, no, I think my discussion, we had some cases where obviously maps have changed and new regulations have been in place. And so we've had cases before us where ultimately, you could say no development, but what they're doing is really improving the over stormwater qualities of the site by maybe removing things that are already in zone 1 buffers or now in floodways. those are the cases that I think can be the most challenging from an exceptional hardship. And that was kind of the discussion that I wanted to have, because right now there is no exceptions in those particular situations.
Yeah.
And those are the ones that are very difficult, because you don't want to leave existing buildings in a Zone 1 buffer now in a floodway where it wasn't designated a floodway. So that's kind of the conversation I want to have, just to clarify what you were saying, Logan, on
Okay.
my last note.
We may put that on the agenda for October.
That's a good one.
If we,
Could I bring up one other item that, that came up as we were talking about notices? So as I understand it, because I sent you an email about this, if a case is deferred and comes up later, it doesn't get re-noticed. Or if it's a preliminary and comes up for a final, it doesn't get re-noticed?
preliminaries to finals would get re-noticed.
They do, okay.
Yeah.
But if a case is
Deferrals have not
deferred,
been.
like
So
if,
in BZA, you have to defer to a certain date or you have to renotice.
okay.
Because otherwise, how's the public know?
And that's kind of exactly where I was going, is how do you ensure that if this gets deferred again because they're not ready,
Yeah, you have
then how
to
does
show
the
up
public
each
know?
time at BZA or planning commission, say, I'm deferring to this date, or I'm deferring indefinitely, and if you defer indefinitely, you have to renotice.
That was gonna be my question on this last case specifically, because obviously notice was an issue. So, I mean,
But
that's not been our practice, but.
You're saying re-notice and all of the mailings out again?
Well, it's what if they don't come back next meeting?
Right.
And they come back in 2 meetings? Well, all these people might show up next meeting, and then they might not show up the next meeting, not knowing, unless they look online and see the agenda.
Yeah, I'll have to look at that. I mean, I do believe that the practice has been, that they don't send out the mailings just because of the expense, honestly. Like, it's the developer or the applicant, it eats a gigantic expense in sending out all those letters if we were to do it for every deferral. But I know in the BZA, they don't reissue notices. So I think that's a question if you guys want to make that happen.
I've had to, I don't know if it's BZA or planning commission, but if you defer to a
Planning.
meeting, then you don't, because you're on record saying
Right.
what it is. That is the notice.
And what did they just did that. They just deferred.
You're not. Well, the first one, we told the first one, maybe you can get here next meeting, maybe you can't.
Right.
Yeah.
I just think it needs to be clear.
Maybe y'all take off work and come over here.
Not necessarily this group would use it, but I think it could be used as a tool because this was a final. I think it probably should have been a preliminary, but that's their
Maybe
choice.
we need to condition it that they go and update the date on the signs. Or that, that there's some sort of public notice to what the anticipated date is, because that's.
I do agree, there needs to be a mechanism, but I'm not sure if we fall under the Paper Reduction Act on, like, having to not send out that many mailings again, but I think signage, websites, social media.
But isn't that why in the past that God would always just say it automatically deferred to the next meeting unless they showed up at that meeting and requested the deferral?
I think then staff got mad at us for adding to the caseload, not having time to process that next one, because that's what the situation we were in with the Estus Road case.
I think in the future, we should condition deferrals with them updating the posted signs and the dates. In the meantime, while we figure out what's appropriate, what's in the rules.
If I might offer, staff would never get mad at the Stormwater Management Commission. I think on the deferrals, the bigger issue that we came to see were applicants coming with their best effort on mitigation. If they felt they could come in and then maybe enter into discussion of what more could they do, we weren't maybe getting their best shot in the beginning, and that was kind of where we were going with that comment. We're perfectly happy if you want to defer them all, but that was just our recommendation. We're here either way.
All right,
So,
I misunderstood. I felt ashamed.
I think these type of cases that have so many conditions tied to the zoning and that are very complex, I think they would greatly benefit by really encouraging a preliminary before they come in, because just like this, they didn't have what they needed, had to be deferred. So
completely agreed that they need to be prepared and have all documentation in place before it's a final.
I agree, but I also think it's their prerogative, and if they come unprepared, then it's my position that we should feel very comfortable voting on what is presented in front of us. So.
They are adults, right?
And I'd encourage staff, historically it was.
Coming in the future too.
Well, historically is that whatever was approved is what's being built. You couldn't deviate. And I have no idea what the bridge structure looked like in those plans. So how am I supposed to know what was in the model, what was included, has structural design been done? We don't know. I thought it was a preliminary package for a minute. So I would just encourage staff to.
Redeliberate, let's not do that now that we're closing that piece out, although I appreciate your comments and I hear you on all of that.
You just have a passionate board, Miss Ladd.
I know, the passion is
No, I'm
so,
kidding. Yeah.
It was
the passion
intended
is
to
so
be an example
strong.
for staff to
Yeah.
push back.
I know, the passion is so strong. I can feel it.
Motion to adjourn?
So moved. All right. Thank you, everybody. Good meeting. Good work. Good work.
This has been a service of the Metro Nashville Network. If you would like to see this presentation again, or for more information on this and other programs, visit nashville.gov.